This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. You tune into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning right here in Lagos. Of course, the first Monday of the year, January. Happy New Year to our viewers. My name is Elizabeth Musa. We've got enough pack to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. I've also got in the studio this morning.
Onyeka Valentine.
Happy New Year to you.
Right?
Yes. How excited are you? I'm excited. I'm very.
Can't complain.
Ooh. I want to scream on my lungs right now.
The highest pitch. I mean, you always know when it comes to New Year's, I'm big in when it comes to I'm bigger than put this way, sorry. When it comes to New Year's, I'm big in those I take it seriously more than Christmas.
Yeah, you mentioned.
Exactly.
So what's your New Year resolution?
So I don't do resolutions, I do now solutions.
Okay. What's your now solution?
Meaning to say that everything I say I would do, it becomes a goal. I only celebrate it after I achieve it.
So what do you want to do?
That is a secret.
All right. Well, my New Year resolution, or my New Year, the resolution I want you to keep up with this year on the show is to keep your answers short.
Yes. So you said so that to be short.
Right. Okay. So that's fine. So you saying you're going to keep your resolution to yourself till it's achieved. That's fine. That's no problem. I'll look out for them then. All right, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Quite a number of things on our headlines this morning. But starting off with private depots raising petrol to 800 naira per litre in Lagos. That's the one that's coming out of Lagos this morning. Of course, bandits kill 42 in Niger State market raid, and Tinubu orders security to hunt perpetrators. Federal government drops criminal case against Natasha Akpoti. And finally, South Africa calls for an urgent United Nations Security Council meeting after the U.S. strike in Venezuela. Those are some of the headlines this morning. But we'll take a quick break and be right back to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? the flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. And now it's time for us to see what we have on the newspaper front pages this morning. Of course, I've got in the studio this morning our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonji, as well as Valentine Oinka. They're right here in the studio.
How you doing?
You only shake the gentleman. Oh, I don't understand. We don't shake. We don't shake over here. You're going to hang my hand? Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Happy New Year to you.
Welcome back from your leave.
Thank you so much.
Hope you enjoyed yourself.
I did.
You're looking radiant. Well done, Valentine. I think we sorted you out last week.
Most definitely.
It was really, really a good time.
So, you know, I asked him
some chimes around.
Right. I asked him earlier before when we started the show about his New Year resolution. And he did mention that he has now solutions, which he's not going to mention until it's done them. So I'm going to ask you, do you have any New Year resolutions for the year 2026?
Maybe, should I say, I didn't really put it down. I think it's just like a mental map that I have somewhere. But I do actually, two things that I was actually hoping to be able to achieve this year. Okay.
What's that?
One is complete my PhD. Okay, I think I'm almost at the finishing end now. Maybe.
Bravo.
Oh, thank you. Maybe that's target. And then secondly, at least I target that I wanted to be able to buy into the Core Atlantic this year.
Wow, I love that.
So I have some investment I'm actually looking towards.
Amazing.
To buy an investment into it.
Great stuff.
Let's see what's going to be able to pan out.
Great stuff.
If I don't get there, we'll go again next year.
And I'm actually rooting for you on that one, and it's really inspiring to hear you share that
I
with
was saying
us.
yesterday, a lot of people thought I was joking.
It looks like big dreams. It will be. I mean, one thing they say about 2026 that 2026 is the year of audacity.
Audacity.
Yes.
Is that what it turned out to be now?
Yes. You remember last year was no grief for anybody. This year is the year of audacity. And there's always a theme for every year.
Of course. Yearly things.
Right.
I know there's no grief for anybody last year. So break that bounce. Aspire so high. Aim for the moon.
Yes. Audacity is the only thing that can keep you in this year.
Thank you.
Right. Let's see what we have on the front page this morning. Starting off, of course, with the Business Day paper. On the front page, the big story here says Nigeria faces revenue risk as Trump signals Venezuela crude revival. This is on page 3 of the Business Day paper this morning. And then, of course, we have the unveiling a new dawn in revenue administration, NRS, which is the Nigeria Revenue Service. Together we rise, together we prosper. I mean, talk about tax is really
generating a lot of
that's like the buzzword right now. Nigeria. So many memes as always. You know, Nigeria, even in a serious situation, they find a way to make it light. I think that's our coping memechanism.
And it's good anyway.
Yeah. So let's see how people adjust to paying tax and this new tax regime. Let's see how people are able to find a way around it. And hopefully we have a better society.
So can I jump in? Sorry. Because I feel like there are a lot of myths around this new tax regime that we're going to. And a lot of, just like I said, a lot of myth. There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and misconception. Several of them. I took my time on Friday. I think I was supposed to be with Deb on Friday, but unfortunately we had some network glitches. Just to be able to provide some clarity into the new tax. I'll go to the red line. It's good to talk about this NRS because Elizabeth, Liz, and Val, I can tell you that the new tax regime that we are moving into now, away from the old tax regime that was in for about 45 years, this is actually one of the best things that will happen to this nation.
Really?
I can tell you that. But it appears that people do not. That's what I'm talking about, misinformation that surround most of those informations that are actually going out there.
Okay, can you give us the right information? Like just pinpoint them.
So before now, the old tax system. There's the old tax and the new tax regime. Of course, there's a tax regime in Nigeria. In the old tax regime now, if you earn 800,000 naira in a month, you're going to pay tax. Now, 800,000 annually. Sorry, 800,000 annually. Now, if you
annually,
okay, that's on the minimum wage.
You pay
now, you're not paying anything. It's zero.
Okay.
Now, the whole tax regime, the payment plan there, the payment system there, tends to be more than what we're going to be paying now. People will be paying less taxes now, because what the government is trying to do now is to ensure we expand the tax base, people that are paying, not the tax rates. Let's expand the base. It is people that are not paying that are putting up this fight, this resistance. That's the question. If time are permitted, I'll be able to tell you, corporate income tax since 1996 in Nigeria has been 30% for companies, has just been reduced to 25%. For SMEs, if you don't do an annual turnover of 100 million naira, you're not paying tax to government. Annual turnover of 100 million. Can you not profit? Fine. Because government don't tax investments, you tax profits. So if you look at your turnover in a year, it's not up to 100 million. They're not paying anything. That's what is the tax law. The question is, these 4 tax laws, do people read them? Or people just jump on bandwagon? People are just saying, you know,
okay,
you just hear information and then you jump on it and then you start following it through.
Mohammed, real quick, just give us like 4 facts, 4 myths about this tax.
The 4 myths, they will tax your narrations now. I can show you one thing on my phone. Somebody was actually asking, so this is money from me on Thursday for his child's school fee. And it was like, please, Mohammed, when you're sending the money, please put it there that this is payment for school fee support. You understand that? So that they will not tax it. There is no way in the world where a government, you have the right, a government now has a banker to start deducting money from this account. No government can do that because you create a bank run. Everybody will just wake up the following morning and go and withdraw their money in the bank. That's the meaning. If the government can just look and say, how much is in VAS account? He says 1 billion. As if who has. GT Bank MD, how much is in VAS account? He says 1 billion. Yeah. Take 200 million out of it. Government cannot just do that. You understand what I'm talking about? I said, you had 1 billion, take 200 million. How much is in this account? 100 million. Take 5 million. No government will do that because what that means is you get the bank run. Everybody will wake up tomorrow morning and go and withdraw their money from the bank. The bank will shut down. If that's possible, that's a question.
So that's one myth.
That's a myth that we're talking about. 2, the way we're talking about, we because there are some injections. Now, I think I just saw the citizen as I was coming. I'll go to video when I get to the office now about these, alterations in the bill and things like that. If you look at that, the harmonized bill, the harmonized version, so the gazetted version is out.
Right.
We're waiting for the harmonized version because of what the state governments have also done. Some states are now domesticating it. Ekiti State was the first to do that. Lagos will sign their own by tomorrow to ensure that they can harmonize with the federal. Now, this NRAs we are saying here, before now, that's the question. If you are importing tuber of yam, I'm so sorry, I don't want to take our time. Tuber of yam from Sokoto to Mile 12 in Lagos, you have 60 collection points that you pay taxes, 60 minimum. If you now had I'm talking about legal ones, from one state to another, 60 different collection points, tax collection points. If you had illegal to it, Agberos and the likes, they are about 212. 200. And so this one comes to you. You leave Sokoto, for example, you get to Kano. Kano will come and ask tax from you, right? You leave Kano, you get to Jigawa, you ask. Now, what they have done is to harmonize everything together. There's only one collection point.
Okay.
Cool. I'm talking about now. That's what I'm talking about now. That's what the NRA is.
Question for you.
Okay.
So, with this analysis now, do you see the possibility, right, the government will be able to cramp down on those illegal, tax collectors on the road? Knowing that most of them who are supposed to be regulated, those regulators will probably, you call them the quote unquote, maybe they're street bosses, will still allow them get out there and collect this money.
So the question there. NURTW is recognized by law as a pressure group. The Agberos are not recognized. It's an illegal activity that's been carried out. NURTW as a member, just like we as journalists can belong to NUJ, for example, is recognized as a body. Agberos there, somebody that just called himself the so-called Agberos or the touts, those ones are not recognized. And we're the ones that have enhanced and enabled those things. For example, I'm going in a commercial bus and I'm the one myself telling the driver that, please, give that guy his money. Just don't delay me. We are the one. Because the question you'll be able to ask is, somebody just come out and say, I want to collect chairman's money. Even one day on the road, right? The wife of the chairman's money. Some very ridiculous narrations you just be hearing. I'm serious. Which one is this ticket? You say is the wife of the chairman's money. You understand now? The ballets, some ridiculous name like that. Everyone, because it's a lacuna in the system. So everyone jump at it and say, okay, this is my opportunity for me. Let me just create one name. Exactly now. I just am collecting chairman's head money. You understand that kind of a thing? And that is why the money are tallied up to that. Those co-pay in a day, because we did the statistics, we did the data.
Co-pay, that's the small buses.
Yes. They pay the shuttle buses, thank you very much. They pay an average of about 5,500 each of them per day. There are about 1.5 million of them in Lagos. In Lagos alone. Multiply 5,500 naira per day to all these illegal collection points by 1.5 million. Look how much they are making. They pay 5,500 at the different collection points, 200 here, 100 here, 150, all those things. Each of minimum about 5,500, about 7,500, depending on the location. And there are 1.5 million of those shuttle buses in Lagos. Imagine somebody collecting 5,500 times 1.5 million. Look at the amount of humongous money you will make. And this money is not going to the government. It's just going to the purse of one street urchin out there. Is that clear now? Who knew nothing about the way it was constructed? Who knew nothing about how those things were actually put there? And we are all enhancing and enabling all these things. So don't you think it is high time? Because sometimes we'll be saying we wanted to be like the first world countries. And then we'll still be seeing so people, encouraging some of this third world behavior, if I can be able to put it that way. To be saying, believe them, that is their own way. Government is chopping their own at the center. Let them be chopping their own here. Who does that? So I think these are some of the myths that is there. The third one, I don't want to tell you, is, food will be expensive. Inflation will go up. No. The government now ensure that all food items, I was telling my children's school fees right there, and that's what they're telling me. They just send me the bill for next year. It's next week. Okay. And luckily for them, because I thought they were going to add VAT to it. Before now, they will add VAT to us now. Now, school fees is non-VATable. No school administrator should say, I want to increase school fee in January because of tax. No, anyone that said that, please ask the person. That's a myth. It's wrong. Because the government has removed that VAT. School fees is non-VATable. Food items are no VAT on them again. They collect VAT on them before now until December 31. But from January 1 now, there should be no VAT. That's gazetted in the law. So those three things, school fees, food items, and drugs, they are non-VATable. Okay. Now they're trying to be able to bring transportation into it to ensure that that's also non-VATable.
Medication.
No, that's not about drugs. Medications. Sorry. Drugs, medication.
So what are the other facts we just need to know? Three facts. You've told us the myth, so you can just tell us.
So I think the facts there now is one: people will be paying lesser taxes now than we used to be able to pay this time last year. Or the whole of last year, I can tell you that. Let me go and check their pay slip.
But were people even paying taxes last year?
That's what I'm talking about. Look at the tax to GDP ratio, because it's not like tax discussion. In Nigeria, our tax to GDP ratio is 7 to 8%. That means tax only contributed 8% of Nigeria's GDP. Now, the average in Africa's average is 15%. Global average that is considered as the global standard, at least minimum of 45% of your GDP should be considered by tax. So for you to say how low our own is, a lot of people are just simply saying out of every 100 Nigerian, only 5 or 6 are paying taxes. The rest are evading it. And there is a way, that's what I'm talking about, that's the tax base. That is the base that is paying. How can we expand that base, that more people are there? You see content creators buying 35 million naira car. Most of them are buying that, and they're not paying anything to the government. And then some people are paying. So because people are paying now, the tax compliance is very low. The government put the pressure on those ones that are paying. That's why somebody can be saying, I'm a level 17 officer, for example, earning 600,000 and I'm paying 98,000 as a last year's tax. Because it's only few of those government can collect from that they get the money from. Why billionaires are there that are not paying? And that is what we're trying to ensure that can we correct that.
Do they have a clear path to achieving this to make sure that at least these people get to pay?
Exactly, automation. And because if some of the controversies that followed the announcement about the one the National Assembly passed is different from the one that was actually signed, the gazetted one. Because one of the particular parts there is the tax man. They're trying to be able to empower the tax man to be able to go after, arrest people who are not paying tax. And some of them, these people don't want that. But it was not stated clearly in that section 4, section 3 of the NTAA, Nigerian Tax Administration Act. It was there about the tax man having the power, instead of going to the court, can actually be able to put a lien, a garnishee order, what you call it, a garnishee order on the asset of somebody who failed to be able to pay. And most of these billionaires find it very, very discomforting to them. And that's some of them are actually fighting against it because it's not the tax matter. That's why I'm trying to be able to cut it short. If you look at some of those controversies that they raised at National Assembly, there's 6 of them. The sections of the bill, as I said, Val and Liz, the bills were 4 different bills. One of them is NRS. The other one is NTA, Nigerian Tax Administration. The other one is NTAA, good, Nigerian Tax Administration Authority Act.
Okay.
The first one is the Joint Tax Board. So all the 4 acts, the president signed them in June last year, giving a 6-month window for the effective implementation to begin. Immediately that bill was signed. That's why I don't subscribe to the people that were saying, let us suspend it. No, because 2 of them have started already. JTB, Joint Tax Board, to harmonize the board system has started last year. And then the one of NRS, which is the revenue collection, and we're collecting the revenue now. They've merged all the collection agencies together into one. So they've started. So the question is, people that have paid tax between June and December, if we're able to let's suspend it, does it mean people that have paid tax from June to December last year paid the legal tax? Because two of the acts have started already. Just the remaining 2 that took effect on January 1st, and that the controversy trailed out.
People are asking this question, and they're worried out there. I mean, it's good enough that we can have, a country that has well-meaning Nigerians who really want to pay their tax, knowing that the money we use for things great. But this is a question that is worrying the public, which is this: why must we seek outside help to automate, run digitalization such a way that we don't have a lacuna in our tax system? Why go to France? Why not go to America or UK?
Okay, so
let's
can I jump on that?
Yeah, let's
I think that's another myth. There's a lot of time, and that's a myth. Now, the global standard anywhere is said that you learn from the shoulders of the giant, have you? You learn from the shoulders of those who have done it.
Absolutely.
And you have seen the way they've done it. Now, we're trying to ensure we wanted to be able to go into the best practice. That now, if you pick the biggest one of the most advanced anti-compliance country in the world that have developed a tax system, France is one of them. UK is there, and Germany. That evasion is nearly impossible. You cannot evade tax. Go to France. And what did they do? Is an MOU that was signed. We signed an MOU. I think the only mistake the NRS made, led by Zakadedeji, was the fact that they're supposed to release to the journalists, let them see the content of the arrangement. And as promised yesterday, was on our on Saturday to release it very so that we can see the content. But the essence there was just a mutual cooperation. How do we learn from your system? We are not going to release data to France. It's not possible. It's against the law. Even personal data of individual, they can't release it. As the people are saying, France cannot collect tax in Nigeria. That's not what was signed. NIS is still the body collecting taxes. We are just trying to be able to see how did you do. If you look at the Republican, that's actually what we call their tax system in France. The way they designed the tax system to ensure that all the lacunas and the apertures of the system, all the leakages were blocked. That is what the bilateral cooperation agreement was actually signed between us.
So does it mean that France had the best case scenario, the best model,
of
and that's why we're making use of it?
I think that's just
okay, cool.
Why should I even trust France? Is it not the same France that had their former president Sarkozy sent to jail for corruption? Hold on. Because see, it's sometimes when people talk about this particular institution, this particular country might be good at this thing. So questions are asked.
It was not evade tax. Sarkozy didn't evade tax.
Not that he evaded tax.
Okay.
But
it was,
look, they are not holding that down.
Of course.
Right?
But
again, I'm glad that we can see that they can call somebody at that level to book and put in prison.
Of course. A precedent.
However, that doesn't still vindicate them. France, might not
but you know that's a different scenario. Exactly. We're talking about the tax model,
system,
right? And well, we have to move on from this. But just before we move on and see what we have actually on the front page, real quick about narrations, because Nigerians have been talking about this narration thing, right?
This is for gifts.
Gift no support. Ridiculous. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It is a myth. That's what I'm saying. Complete myth.
Right. So you're saying that if I want to send money to this, I shouldn't put.
Please, I am sending money for don't deduct this money.
Don't deduct it is for someone said money for food. Don't tax me. What is this?
People just be able to make light.
Okay, so is it just banter? Because some people are doing the narrations
there is nothing like that.
So narrations don't
matter. Whether you write anything there, the government cannot just dip your hand into your account and take money out of it. It's not.
Right.
It doesn't mean that people are pushing out there.
Okay.
That's what I can tell you.
Right. So real quick, on page 3 of Business Day paper this morning says Nigeria faces revenue risk as Trump signals Venezuela crude revival. What more do you know about this story?
I mean, it is because
can I jump on that?
Okay, no problem.
Honestly speaking, as much as I am very, 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 ready to talk about it, I still have to just, do some tongue in cheek. But let me just lay it out. Look, we are now experiencing a point in our lives where there is a huge tendency that a country that we all respect might just be at the tail bottom of morals. Truth be told. Yes, again, like you rightly said, Nigeria might face one or two issues because of the issue going on with Venezuela. Fine. But the thing is this, people don't know this. I might be wrong, correct me. This is what the US wants, right? Look, which country in Africa is the largest oil production country? Right? Nigeria. So we are a major contender in that level. In the world, which country has the highest reserve? Venezuela. So you see how strategic the United States government is. And this is the most painful aspect, is that the world saw this coming. But we're playing good and bad cop. Now it is very clear that a so-called illegal act, as far as I'm concerned, so illegal, and people call it capture. People call it capture. What's capture? It is a kidnap. And so this, if I was the president of Nigeria, I would poke myself and say, is this the person we want to help us kick out bandits from our country when they themselves are the ones kidnapping not just a kind of person, but a head of state of another country? So again, I wasn't surprised to see that we might have this issue coming through, because this is oil, matter we're talking about. And globally, even if a drop shifts its normal base, it will affect how other countries react.
But if you remember, so if you look at what US said, and I listened to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, the question is, what is the first thing about Nicolas Maduro,
I
the
don't
president
trust
of Venezuela?
anything they say any longer.
What I'm saying, so they accuse him of two things. They accuse him of narco-terrorism, narcotics, that the largest chunk, that's one, and cocaine importation into US. These are the two major charges upon his head. And that they've gotten a court order ordering for, because it's going to by 12 p.m. American time in New York, which is a New York prison, which is about like 6 p.m. Nigerian time. You should go to court. So he's going to be able to go and face those charges around narco-terrorism and importation of cocaine into the US.
Those charges, right, brought forward as him being the president before he became president.
No, why he was president? In fact, he started in 2016 when Trump was doing the first lap of Trump.
Right.
But
it's not America's back.
Which is the way he does
so this kidnapping.
Of course, the way he does it looks very, very unbelievable.
Right.
Because we just woke up on Saturday morning and we heard that the Delta Force was actually in Venezuela in Caracas, and they were there. Kidnap, just like I did, I agree with the word kidnap or capture. They invade the country, get the president, and get the wife, Syria, as well. But Maduro has been battling legitimacy issues in the country. The Nobel laureate winner for Peace Prize, the one, Nobel Peace Prize, the common one, that one for last year, 2025, was the woman that like Machado. She was the one that contested against Maduro in last year's election. There was election last year. The woman has to be able to run for her life because she claimed that Maduro wanted to kill him. Want to kill her, sorry.
Oh, wow.
That was the question. In fact, the Nobel Committee have to give her the Peace Prize because she's the one that have to tell. She told her people, her supporters, not to be able to take up arms against the government. Otherwise, the country would have gone up in flames by now. And that's why she was awarded. Machado, that's her name. She has to run away from there. And Nobel Committee has to be able to award her the Nobel Peace Prize for last year. Even against most of us are thinking of what organization that will go to. But it was to her. She's a Venezuelan. But the question there is, the way it is done, international law, you cannot just, it's a sovereign country.
Most definitely.
So I'm saying like, fine, Maduro has legitimacy issues. He's not a good person. I can tell you that. But he's not a good person in himself.
So just a jump quickly. Even if he's a good or bad person, you must get Congress approval.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't get Congress approval.
You just say went to a court, get a particular court ex parte order, and then launch the attack into the country.
So what I think,
you cannot just go, okay.
So what I think is happening here, how it's going to affect Nigeria and affect us in ways that we might not be comfortable with, is the fact that, and again, don't mix words. Donald Trump knew this, that Africa will be affected one way or the other. So he's playing on the global scale. See from this angle, if I cannot have these people to be very loyal to me, even though I've started dropping bombs in certain areas in Nigeria, I can also do things that would shake the economy. Believe it or not.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, because if you listen to him this morning, he just left Mar-a-Lago this morning and was going to the Air Force Base in Kentucky. He was in the plane, I was talking to journalists there, and that was where he knew that the only way it's going to affect Africa was just what Nigeria and by extension others is about this oil matter. Venezuela has the largest deposit. But you observe that he's not only trading Venezuela, he has trading Cuba. He's trading Colombia now. Gustavo, in fact, he called him a sick man. Colombia is a sick country, and that the president, Gustavo Patel, the president of Colombia, there's a sick man
coming from a man Colombia. That has 37 count charge.
Of course, himself.
And some of them were,
criminally
coming from that man.
He called another president that. So you see that, and Mexico as well, Claudia Sheinbaum, that it might likely also come into, they have to be able to get themselves, and if they don't take care, it might show. So you know that apart from maybe sending message to Africa, I feel like he's trying to be able to send a message to the world.
To the world,
but the way he's doing it, because this is like the first, they've done that before now. If you remember Marega in 1990, during the time of Bill Clinton, this is the way they went to Panama and took out the president in Panama then. But this they've done now, if you look at the cascading effect on us, maybe the oil prices. I think I woke up this morning and we see that oil prices again, picked up again, but yesterday it dropped. There was a really, really slight drop, about $63 per barrel. So did they want to be able to talk about the oil of Venezuela? There's a lot of issues there, but he mentioned it himself.
Okay.
American oil companies will go into you in Venezuela.
Guess what? If he decides to sell a barrel of crude oil less than the price, he's going to crash the market.
So what they're saying is going to be oil blockade anyway.
And
so
Nigeria.
No, of course, it's
affecting what?
The question there is, they were claiming oil blockades now. Marco Rubio walked back some of those stocks, some of those bad. It was said to say, no, we're not going to control, we're not going to be ruling over Venezuela. The vice president, the Madam Rodriguez, will still be in charge, but that there will still be oil blockade, but they block some oil of Venezuela to not allowing it to go out all before now, and they'll be bombing some of their ships. But we will see in days ahead, because what they are talking about here is they are not forcing a change of government. That's not their interest, according to him. But he speaks more to that it is more of, just like I said, narco-terrorism and importation of cocaine into US, and they're trying to do that. They're killing America as a result of that. So I'm sure in days ahead we'll still be able to see, but the world, of course, you can see that the world is actually coming against
the world.
People are saying this.
We'll certainly see what happens in days ahead, but let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning as well.
All right, so the Vanguard has it says here: industry chiefs, economists warn major tests for the economy in 2026. You see down on page 21 of the Vanguard. It says new year bloodshed in Niger State. I mean, this is the part where we'll probably, keep quiet for like say 2-3 seconds, to show. But then again, it's TV. People wondering why come we're not saying anything. Our hearts goes out to them. Goes out to them. 42 killed in deadly terror attack. It's not a good way to start 2026. However,
at all.
It is what it is. Trump stokes confusion in Venezuela. Stokes, I beg your pardon. Stokes confusion in Venezuela. Maduro faces this is the part now that gets me always. Look, you are arranging somebody, right? You accuse him of this. A sitting president who obviously has immunity
in his country.
So what you have done is you have not only gone against the United Nations convention. You've also not even talk about exactly
American law.
So it's crazy because So what do we have here now? Do we have a dictator trying to?
It's a neo-fascist movement. But that's what he's doing.
Neo-fascist movement.
Neo-fascism. That's what he's doing. But I think it's about the Niger State again. Came into the news again over the weekend. We were on Saturday. They said they were there for 5 hours. These bandits stormed the community. There was a market, set the market ablaze, killed 42 people. In fact, it was very close to that Papiri, the St. Mary Catholic school, where they kidnapped some days ago. Some of those, the people that were killed, some people were kidnapped. 42 of those were killed. 99% of them were male. They killed the male that put up a fight against them. They abducted the women and the children.
Do you know, it's actually worrisome how much these bandits and terrorists are so familiar. It's like, it's not like they're family. They're so
the way they just operate across those northwest,
right,
not central, because it is when Biologica was talking about now, the way they actually be able to navigate the bushes from Sokoto, for example, to Niger, on bike, is on bike. He was talking about that, Mr. That the special advisor to the president.
Yeah, to the
was
president.
Talking about how they are actually able to navigate, meander those forests easily. And like a terrain, as if it's a place that like the back of your hand. And that's why they could be able to launch attack in the market, carry out these dastardly acts, 42 as well. But I know our soldiers are now resting on their hours as well. They are definitely able to take the fight
at this point.
I do hope so.
Of course.
I do hope so.
I'm sure since last Sunday and yesterday, this happened on Saturday, 7 p.m. yesterday, the news started filtering out yesterday. We started hearing about the news, and we heard that they're actually on their trails. That some of these boys now have moved down to Zamfara and Sokoto again. They just move within this axis. Then by the time there is a series of those areas, they go to Niger and Chad. Can just be able to imagine. So I know that I'll have to, just like Val said, go out to these people who have actually lost families here. But if somebody kidnapped before now, was kidnapped again on Saturday. because about 5 of the students from St. Mary Catholic School, that Catholic school, some of them were among those that were kidnapped again on Saturday.
Did you see that? Well, anyway, let's move on now and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. This one is in the energy sector, petroleum sector. It says NNPC subsidiaries debt balloons 70% to 30 trillion naira. And then the writer goes on to say that only 8 of 32 subsidiaries remains free of intercompany debt. NNPC owes unit 20.5 trillion naira amid asset sales plan. Again, on page 8 of the paper, it says Tinubu orders manhunt as terrorists kill over 40 in Niger. Hopefully they find this terrorist. And on page 23, it says brace for anti-tax unrest. NRS tells security agencies. I wonder what this unrest could be.
No, protests, of course. Protest today. Okay. There were protests that we're hearing because that was what NRS, that's their boss, like ADG, was the one talking about that in Arise TV on Saturday about they don't know where the pushbacks they're actually coming from. But there was that report there. Because the boss of the NRS was one that mentioned that there are protests that are being planned every now and then. But as I said, I'm looking for the CTC of the approved copy from the National Assembly. It came out this morning, and I was just coming around like about 30 minutes or 45 minutes ago. So we need to see it. Let's see, is it different from the gazetted copy as they claim? But that's what's creating the problem now. Nobody's actually looking at the substance of the case, rather than there are alterations. Is that clear now? Yes, the executive does not have the power to alter the law made by the National Assembly. Definitely, you can't. But I think I was saying that if there is any point of discrepancy there, we can still be able to go on with these rules and change it. But let's first of all see whether truly there are alterations, whether they've actually been able to document the document. But they've told the security agencies to be able to brace up, for likely unrest, protests that will likely be able to take place today. And then, but I think it's the manhunt as well, because in fact, for the Niger massacre, but I think that was the bloodshed. The only just people reported that about 60 people, more than 60 people were killed, That means the number can even be underreported. But the president, because the picture just came out yesterday, the video came out that the president was now in France. There was a time people were surprised. Where is the president going?
Where is he headed?
Yesterday we saw him in Paris, in France. And that was about 15 minutes after the news broke. I saw that. And then that was where he ordered the security, our security outfit, to go after them.
Right.
And then some of them news have actually been coming out as well. And I think that we mentioned, yes, NNPC story.
NNPC, this one, real quick.
Oh, yes, because it has been generating a lot of issues as well. Last week, the president forgave their debts. Remember? NNPC's debt, yes. I mean, so I can be able to start the clean slate in 2026. And then that has generated a lot of ripples. Ripples have actually followed. So I'm sure that this is actually a deeper analysis that Punch did, as to subsidiaries of NNPC. They have subsidiaries. Something like Adova, they have subsidiaries of NNPC. Their balloons now, their debt as of 2025 has ballooned to about 30 trillion naira. Just like I said, the federal presidency has forgiven their debts. People say, does the president have that power to do that? And
it's very controversial.
Also, what's this asset sales plan that we're talking about?
So, because as much as possible, it's the refineries, part of this, they are planning to be able to put all the refineries for sale again.
Okay.
The federal government has said, nothing will actually be expended. So, part of the asset of NNPC include the refinery, and some of the oil rigs, but NNPC also has oil rigs, and they are planning to be able to sell some of them. But some of them have been sold in the past where proper caterpillar has not been gotten, especially during the time of Mele Kyari and the past the penultimated NNPC GMD. But what you have noticed about BioJewelry, the current GMD, is an element of transparency, and there's an element of transparency, I can tell you. And that's why you get to be able to know that the debt was about 50-something trillion naira. So maybe the subsidies alone is what is actually accounting for about this. And you want to imagine that. So now, just like 8 out of the 30 subsidiaries remain free of, some of those. But the debt, of course, was actually within the subsidiaries in NNPC. I sell these assets to you, you're supposed to pay me, you didn't pay. This is what Mele Kyari was actually doing in the last 3-4 years. And the whole lot of debt just kept, accumulating and piling up.
Right.
And then that's what actually be able to get into this level.
Okay, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper. Of course, we always wrap up with the cartoon of the day. Now, we see that one. It's a citizen.
Our citizen.
It says,
our
and then it says,
our citizen X survived.
There's a man who is a citizen, and then we see something says, how citizen X survived 2025. And then we see discos, T-Pain, VIO, police, kidnappers, scammers,
discos, FS, corruption,
a number of all of these things.
Police. Oh my God! This
raw clash. I think I see something like raw clashes, FS, taxes, talking
billing.
Talking stage billing.
Oh my goodness! Talking stage billing. How Citizen X survived 2025.
So I think Asuko, you should also put ladies here as well.
Basically, no, I think
so there's only the men have been built.
No, but I think basically it's just this Citizen X is basically all of us.
All of us. Okay.
It's basically all of us. So it doesn't matter. Yes, now men build ladies. It's crazy these days. So, men build ladies.
I don't know whether they build ladies. That's what Monday.
Yes, they do.
Whatever I feel like maybe it's a bit bad.
So this thing they call billing, basically, I mean, it goes both ways. So the question now.
What's the only men I really hear it from?
It's everywhere.
If you present a larger than life, lifestyle.
As a woman,
you will.
What does that even mean?
As a man or woman,
okay,
you are most definitely likely to attract billions.
But no, I need to explain what larger than life lifestyle means. What does that mean?
I've seen people
reality
who will be waving you for a lift. Okay, you stop right to give them a lift, only to find out that look, the phone the person has in her hand or in his hand can actually buy the vehicle that we are driving in. I need to wonder, how do you buy an iPhone for almost 2 million naira? You can't even buy the vehicle for that.
How much is the vehicle?
The question I'm asking is,
which vehicle is 2 million naira?
I only said so. So the idea is, I mean, you have Nigerian used vehicles.
Of course,
and
the question is, you will get billions eventually. A man will be billing the lady. Right. I don't think. What is the man how to show himself off to the woman? You want to know how you
I'm telling you, things the game has changed these days.
The man will billing a lady at talking stage.
Things are different now.
That is like a red flag. That's to me is a red flag.
It's a red flag. But many of the men now, they have their red flag.
I have this. That's what I feel like better than life. At the talking stage, I still talking, right?
But
I want to show to you that I have the capacity.
But we are only dwelling on this talking stage. Let's talk about the entirety of what citizens have to face.
That was very, very quiet.
Why is it only the talking stage that you guys focus on?
To pull it up, please.
There was a lot of things that we saw right there. We saw talking stage, we saw taxes and all of that. Literally, that's what Citizen X had to face. But that's where we'll leave it
very much.
today.
Kidnappers, police, T-Pain. I think it was we were getting the first quarter of the year. That's true anyway. And I think we survived this.
There's one that we're not seeing.
What's that one we're not seeing?
Zoom out. Okay.
So we're not saying discourse. We're not saying jab from the United States.
Where is that?
Which one is that?
The jab from the United States.
The jab.
Jab. The punch from the United States.
But Nigerians even felt happier than that. They felt like
Nigerians didn't feel happy.
So you see,
some people, not everybody.
Not everybody. Okay.
Okay, that's why we leave it this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Week with Mr. Frank Aibogun, as well as Mr. Ololade Akimurele, as well as the Mr. Oluyemi Adeosun. Thank you so much for staying with us. See you in a bit.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
and a program which we rested briefly to also go and have a rest is Business Week. We have absolutely no doubt that you enjoyed watching us last year, and we assure you that we are back refreshed and willing to go. We expect, though, that there will be a rebranding of this program in the next 1 or 2 weeks, but we would rather, not talk too much about that today. Joining me in the studios today, as usual, is Dr. Adeosun, the Business Day Chief Economist, and of course, Lolade Akimrile, the editor of Business Day. I have become more adept at pronouncing that surname. Today, we will have a great conversation on what we all expect should happen in 2026 on the economic front. It is the year before the 2027 elections, but our focus today will not be politics. Our focus is on the economy. Before we start our conversation today, let me just provide you a sense of some of the headlines of things happening around the world today. Of course, it has now become customary that when we wake up, we will hear about one attack by militants or the other on one community on another community. This time it is of the bloodletting, the ravaging, and the kidnapping in Niger State. Ironically, we hear that some of those kidnapped include some of the children who were earlier kidnapped late last year, and we were told by the government were recovered. It's good to talk about something positive for once, at least as we start the new year. Nigeria is swung into surplus as balance of payments hit just under $5 billion. On the foreign scene, of course, you are already aware that the deposed president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, is in a jail in Brooklyn, learning to behave, and I hope he is actually made to account for his sins. A man who lost an election but who is unwilling to leave. I had the opportunity in 2019 to sit down with the opposition leader of Venezuela, who was at that time going around the world, and at this meeting it was at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and you could see the passion in him, you could see the pain that his country was going through, and Maduro thankfully is no longer there to continue that pain. Anyway, gentlemen, let's get on to today's conversation. We want to look at the year ahead. I'm sure that you all are ready to go. And we want to look at those things that we think, very important things that are impactful, that we expect to happen in 2026, or perhaps are already happening in 2026. So, Lolade, take the first shot.
Okay, I think obviously 2026 would be the year of the taxman, where
the year of the taxman.
Yeah. So
maybe that's what we should be calling 2026.
Yes, really, because I mean we have to admit that it's the biggest overhaul of our tax system in multiple years. So obviously that has its gains, but gains in terms of revenue to the government, improved economic growth. It creates a lot of more predictability around the business environment and takes away a lot of uncertainty that accompanied tax multiplication or multiplicity. A lot of people have fears that they would pay more taxes. Yes, while that is true, there are also people who pay less taxes.
Those who will pay more taxes are those who were not paying the adequate tax until today. Is it not the case, or has the tax
so it's progressive.
band, has it increased?
No, it
has it widened?
Precisely. So the people that will pay more are mainly the ones
those who have been escaping underpayment.
Yes, because it's not like the tax rate has been increased anyway. So yes, but
so we need to correct that.
Yeah,
and just make the point that this is not a law that is imposing an additional tax or tax burden on people.
Precisely.
It's just to ensure that those who haven't been paid tax are made to pay now.
Precisely. So what this addresses is to just plug those leakages that used to exist in the past that would ensure that people get away without paying taxes. So it's not like you're paying more taxes now, but if you were not paying taxes before, then it would look like you're paying more taxes now.
For instance, we know those who have multiple companies. We know civil servants who have hidden companies here and there that they used to get government contracts and paid absolutely nothing in taxes.
Yeah, absolutely, And then there are some people who would actually who paid less taxes, and that would translate to more income for them.
Okay, so let's leave that now. We're going to come back to those who will pay less taxes, because when I hear the argument, it seems as if all that is going to happen is just impose more burden, tax burden on people. Dr. Dioshin, before you go to your own number one issue, what do you think about the tax? Lolade says it's the year of the taxman.
Absolutely, I can't agree less. It's been a long time coming. We typically use the phrase insaner crimes. One of the things associated with claim insaner crimes is they pay tax. Let's use places like UK and so on and so forth. You can pay tax as high as 45%. And I think all things being equal, it will make us, the citizens, more demand probity, accountability. Because if we were leveraging on oil only, so to speak, because it's not our oil, in quotes, we won't demand for accountability and result. But tax is our money. And
also it's taken from your pocket.
It's like our blood, literally speaking. So hopefully this year we'll see more people entering into the tax bracket. And I like how you ensure that we corrected that notion that, especially for the low income people, they will actually pay less tax. And even for SMEs, under, I think, 50 million or so.
100 million.
You will not
completely
even pay.
Exempted,
So it's from a welfare perspective for the,
it's a more progressive tax regime that we're saying. Okay, so I said we're going to come to the bit about those who would be paying less. Dr. Dioshin has already introduced the matter. Companies or SMEs that are turning over less than 100 million will not pay CIT, for instance. But I think they will all pay VAT, as everyone is required to pay VAT. Let's get to this point, Lolade. So tell us a bit more about those who will be made to pay less tax in 2026 and beyond.
Okay, so from an individual perspective, people who earn 800,000 naira and below
a month.
Yeah, no, a year.
A year, 800,000.
Yes.
So if you earn $1 million a year, so you're meant to pay tax.
There's also a rent relief package of like 500k,
which might excuse completely.
It will take it up to 1.3 million then. So if you earn 1.3 million and below per annum, then you're exempt.
Yeah, tax free.
Precisely. So that's good.
That will be for payee, yeah?
Yes, for payee.
Personal income tax.
Yes, and then for businesses, annual turnover of 100 million and below would mean that you don't pay taxes at all.
Precisely.
So that would definitely reduce the cost of doing business, make our businesses, our small businesses, more competitive, help them create more jobs, help them expand. Because some of the resources that they would have put into paying those taxes, they can now keep it within the business, and that could be used for expansion purposes and to create jobs. So if you look at it holistically, I think the tax reforms really means well for the economy. It's supposed to ensure that we achieve faster economic growth. But maybe we'll come to this later. But the thing is, and I think Dr. Adeosho already alluded to it, the fact that if we start with what is going on this year, and if people start to pay more taxes, then the government should better get ready to answer more questions.
Because we'll ask them what they do with the money.
The funds. I mean, this is a country where our debt stock has gone from about 30 trillion in 2010 to 152 trillion as at June 2025. And you look around you, you can't see the direct benefit of that, expansion in debt stock? Where exactly has the money gone into? What kind of infrastructure deficit has it addressed? What has been the average economic growth within the years we've seen this humongous surge in
last year, before we closed last year, I said we were going to dedicate a program in the course of this year to just dealing with the issue of how government borrows.
Yeah.
The transparency around borrowing, the purpose for borrowing, and then of course the accountability for borrowing, which we haven't seen in any way in the years before now. But I want to focus on two things. One you have already raised, which is the matter of what government does with tax. Our people have been quite fixated about the allegations or the claims around whether the tax laws as passed by the National Assembly were tampered with. But I'm more concerned around what government does with the money. When we, and I am proud that Business Day was among the newspapers pushing for this. When we pushed for the removal of petrol subsidy, we were told, not only by our own leaders, but by people abroad, that it would expand the fiscal space, it will create more revenues for government, it will ease borrowing, but that hasn't happened. So yeah. I'm just asking, more taxes for what?
Exactly. And that's a very dicey precedent, with the fact that, yes, prior to the removal of the petrol subsidy, there was a lot of talk about how it would create more room in the fiscal space. It would ensure that the government is able to invest or spend in more critical sectors like healthcare, education. We've removed the subsidy now, that impact is not being felt. So that already sets a dangerous precedent.
Except, of course, it just creates more room for stealing. That's the only thing that we can imagine has happened so far.
Yeah. But I think we need to hold the state.
Yes, Dr. Dioshin, go ahead, please.
At least for many states that are struggling to pay salaries that has stopped.
Yeah, but I mean,
even though that should be a given.
That should be a given. It's nice you raised this, and not just nice that you raised it. It is indeed true that we no longer hear of unpaid salaries. It's a shame that we even talked about it in the past, but I think also it's a mark of how things have changed. But are states just to pay salaries? I mean, if states are to pay salaries, then why need them? You can set up other agencies to pay people's salaries now. If all that the states do is just to pay salaries, that would be criminal. And this again speaks to the point around how recklessly we are creating states in the country, how we are, afflicting ourselves with unnecessary burden. When we, it's like somebody who deliberately takes acid, and then when he's cured of it, he's clapping and happy. This is a fool. Yeah. But there is the other point, gentlemen, that I'd like to raise. And I think this became controversial at some point. There is the, although the government tried to answer that, the what's that called? The capital gains tax, and all the grammar that we heard from people in government. But I want to focus on something that's related, but slightly different, which is about, yes, this new tax regime brings company income tax down from 30% to 25%.
Yeah.
But is that good enough for a country that is seeking to attract investment, a country that is seeking to catalyze growth rapidly? We are talking about 4% GDP expansion when we should be talking about anything from 8 to 10. So what do we think about 25% income, company income tax? Well, we're told that, oh yeah, this country is doing that, the other country is doing that, but these are countries that are already stable, have grown. Growth is probably now flatlining, and for them it's just to keep the plane going, at autopilot. Yes.
So in a country like South Africa, it's 27%, but the truth is, South Africa has got all the infrastructure already. South Africa is more diversified than the Nigerian economy. It's a more mature economy than that of Nigeria. So yes, while the reduction to 25% is very much welcome, it's better than what we had before, but there are quite a lot of people that would have expected, I inclusive, would have expected it to even fall towards the 20% area so that we're more competitive, because there is a global tussle for capital. A lot of countries are, being very creative, using lower CIT rates to lure in capital, private investments. And Nigeria is at that point where we need that more than ever before. Sadly, the NBS has not released any unemployment data in the last 14 months, so we don't really we don't really have a clear sense of how bad the unemployment crisis is in Nigeria as we speak. But we know there are feelers that suggest that yes, it's really bad. So we need all the private investments we can get, and it would have been nice if the CGT was a little lower than 25%. But
what would be a good
20%?
20%.
Yeah,
All right.
20% would have been
Okay.
better.
All right. Let me come to Dr.
Because you
Adeshin.
need a balance. So
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Dr. Adeshin, before you intervene, I wanted to just say that I've been a journalist in Lagos for 44 years. What I see happen in government is that they tend to raise barrier for everything so high that the people who are meant to comply are looking for ways around it. And it's these same people in government who raise the barrier that then use that as an opportunity to steal. Take custom tariff. When a tariff is high, an importer seeks to bribe his way through. And ultimately, it is the people who administer this tariff who steal the money. When a tax regime is high at 25%, many people would make the best effort to avoid it. If they cannot avoid it and they are boxed into a corner, they do deals with tax collectors, and then they end up with a lot of the money that they cough out in the pocket of the tax collectors themselves. So when you talk about 25%, I bet you, if you take an average, even of those who pay tax, it is not 25% what government gets in reality. Dr. Adeshin.
So let me say here that I think coming lower to 25% from 30 is a significant boost.
Why did they come down? And would they achieve the purpose?
5%.
Because the government just doesn't take actions.
Don't forget that for SMEs and the likes, 100 million and below, you are already exempted from start.
No, but that's not the only level of SMEs.
You also
those who are doing 100 million as just one brother and son business.
Yes. So big companies need to support the economy and the government.
They are doing that. They are doing that already. I hope you know that there is education. You know that there is education tax of 2%.
Of course.
So that adds up to 27. So, and there is this latest tax of 1. It adds up to close to 30 in the end.
You see, sometimes when you start a process like this, let's watch the 5%. Let's give it 1 year. There's nothing that stops us from lowering the traditional.
No, but come to think of it,
you may doctor to 20%.
A doctor that knows,
eventually we lose both ends.
A doctor that knows what cure to apply to a patient. Why does he give him a bit of it and say, let's watch for the patient to die?
But you don't give all the dosage at once.
I'm not talking about you give the adequate dosage.
25%.
Not a watch dosage, adequate dosage.
Yeah. And don't forget that with increased digitization, at least states like Lagos and some other states, it's becoming more increasingly difficult to evade or avoid.
Which is why the tax band, the CIT should be lower than 25%. If it is true that you now
people have less of an incentive to want to avoid
precisely
because they see it as affordable.
Precisely, and you and I know. Yeah. Maybe you haven't run a business. I run a business. You and I know that people are working day and night to avoid these things. Yeah. So what's the point? We're laughing at ourselves.
Even in developed clients.
But even at 20%, people want
even in the US and the UK, people want
no.
Okay, for morality and conscience.
No, but I mean, in Nigeria, you cannot be talking about morality and conscience when government is coming at you from all corners. They will not provide you electricity. They will not provide you power or water. They will not provide security. We are talking about conscience. Those in government don't have conscience.
Every day, come in here.
The what?
Business.
The what?
We still see our Chinese brothers, we see our Indian brothers, our Lebanese brothers coming into this economy. Don't forget that we have a huge market.
Let me ask you,
yes,
those Indian and Chinese people who are, as you say, flocking to come do business, Have you found out whether they pay tax?
Well, we need tax analysis by nationality and by origin.
No, I mean, I am one for a progressive tax administration. If anything, it wakens up the people to their responsibilities, and of course, takes away the cover that government has for misbehavior. So I like it, but I would rather that we're taking steps that help us to achieve what we want to achieve, rather than just being seen to be scratching around the surface or around the edges. But let's go on. I think we have given tax the due importance that it deserves. What else do we expect to happen, Dr. Deshan, in 2026?
Okay, so let me quickly eat it from the rear because of time. Another thing that I expect, let me say, will not necessarily happen. Let me use that phrase, not happen, necessarily happen, is that, we've been seeing some appreciation with respect to macroeconomic variables, inflation going down, we are getting more foreign exchange, GDP growth. It will not translate to the welfare of citizens like they will expect.
Really?
Like they will expect.
They should move to Ghana?
No, the lag. No, I'm trying to so that we are realistic here. People say, "Oh, more revenues by."
No, I hear about lag. But how long does lag last?
Especially because we are now also entering a pre-election year. So the pressures will be there. We expect inflation to go down.
But you're making a good point because when you speak of inflation, now obviously CBN has already released an outlook for 2026 with their plans and everything. And if you really, when we digested the outlook, we saw that the CBN already gave signals that it will be very unlikely to.
It will be slow in reducing.
Yes, and that's because the CBN would need to assess the inflationary impact of campaigns being a pre-election year, and then also just looking at not wanting to reduce rates drastically so that you don't then completely kill the carry trade that has made your assets so attractive to foreign investors. So you don't want any, and it's a pre-election year. Because it's part of what, I imagine it's part of what the president will use for his campaign, the stability in the Naira. So you don't want anything that would unsettle that. So the CBN is unlikely to. In fact, when we did a survey of about 20 economists, just getting their sense on, they said they don't think that interest rates will come below 22%, even when they largely expect that inflation will trend downwards.
Would that be effective rates or MPC?
No, MPR.
MPR.
Yes.
22%. Yes. Is that 24?
Yes. No, it's at 27.
27. Yeah, well,
27.
that's probably.
So you don't think it will come lower than 22%?
It's probably a sensible. It's probably a sensible thing.
But there are people who expect that it should come down drastically beyond that because people are really suffering. It's quite expensive.
No, the economy is not about 1 year though. Yeah. The economy is about the years and years and years ahead of us. So we can expect that everything will happen. But there is, for me, a way to even begin this conversation. It's to say, at least from my own experience as a journalist, I have never seen the beginning of a year, perhaps in the last 10 years, I've never seen the beginning of a year in which there is so much expectation of improvement in the economy as I see this year. In all the 8 years of Buhari, it was hopelessness. No one expected anything to get better. They themselves did not pretend to do anything to make the economy better. In the 2 years of Tinubu, I think it was wrong to even begin to talk about things getting better because we should have been told that things were going to get tougher. But I think this year is different. There's a general feeling as people emerge from 2025 into 2026, they are emerging into a good, better year economically. What do you guys think?
So let me quickly say here that, in economics, there's something we call a liquidity trap, which is a situation where things cannot get worse. I think very early in this administration, we entered that liquidity trap. You will see how foreign exchange, how the rates went up. Everything that could go up went up. Inflation, everything went up. Such that was the liquidity trap. Things could not get any worse. And things are now getting better. Again, to put it in context, if we don't have hope now, then that means death is near. The reason is things went so bad. So if, for example, we now have the exchange rate at 1,400 or 1,450, where was it 2 years ago? Yes, people can argue that maybe 2 years ago it was artificial. So things went so bad that things are now getting better. But
so whatever goes up must come down.
Relatively. But the question is, if the typical Nigerian takes you back to 2 years ago, they will say we are still not competitive from a household welfare perspective.
Fantastic. So, Lolade, what are you hearing from people, individuals and business leaders about their expectation for 2026?
Yeah, let me just put it in two buckets here. I'll speak first about what I'm hearing from investors and then what I'm hearing from business leaders. From investors, there's a lot of optimism going into the new year. This year, people feel like the economy is opening up. There are going to be a lot of investment opportunities. They're looking at the stock market. They believe that the stock market capitalization would almost double the expectations that with the Dangote refinery listing, that would significantly boost the market. And you can see that the first few days of the year, the market has rallied again. It's sustained the rally that we've seen for the last 3 years now. So there's a lot of high expectations in that regard. People think that, yes, this is good. Even though we said earlier that the CBN might not materially reduce interest rates, we still expect some sort of reduction, and that would also bode well for the stock market, because it means that businesses can access funds at a cheaper cost, even though we would want for that to even be cheaper than it currently is. But so that's on that front. Investment opportunity. Investors are really going. They are really positive about the year. The Naira stability is also a factor that is driving that optimism. Business leaders are of the opinion that there'll be purchasing power would improve this year. For obvious reasons. Once inflation starts to come down, obviously it means that the consumer has more cash to spend. So they are already thinking about how that would rub off on their business. There'll be a lot of spending this year, whether it's also on the side of, the fact that it's a pre-election year, campaign spending and all of that. So business leaders are also of the view that the economy is indeed opening up. There'll be expansion opportunities. We've seen some major moves already, although they happened late last year, which might be a prognosis of what is to come. We saw Femi Otedola, for instance, exit his holdings in Geregu. We saw Tony Lumelu as well become the largest shareholder in Seplat, acquiring 20% of the stock. So there are a lot of opportunities in the economy, and I think it's just a combination of the hard reforms that we've seen in the last 2 years. This might be the first year where they start to come to bear, and the economy just starts to feel the big impact from those reforms.
Right.
So it's all positive from investors and from business leaders.
Great. All right.
And that's great.
Yeah. Let's talk about more of what we expect will happen in 2026, and we will close by looking at what we would like the government to do.
Yeah.
What the government and its agencies should be doing, as different from what we expect will happen. But we'll take a break now, and please don't go away, viewers. We'll be right back.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Thank you very much for staying with us. And we are back again with Business Week. This is the second half of today's program. I hope you have enjoyed our offering so far. We will now be looking at different sectors, what we expect will happen in different sectors, whether it be health, agriculture, energy, education, travel, as in Jakba. What's the opposite of Jakba? Or Jakbada? Some people are saying there will be some Jakbada in 2026. We'll see all of that. But Lolade, let's get into it. What do you see happening in some key sectors in 2026?
Okay, so for agric, maybe we should just start from that. I think that if you look at what happened in 2025, it was a fairly stable year, but it came with quite a number of challenges for farmers, especially when it comes to pricing. We had reports of how the fact that we allowed the importation of some food items, how it impacted the bottom line of some farmers. And in fact, some investors spoke to BusinessDay late last year saying that the government should consider subsidizing production for farmers so that they are able to stay in business and we don't have a crisis on our hands in 2026. But for most of the people we spoke to who are real players in that sector, they say that the outlook is bright, but of course they will need more government support this year to ensure that they stay in business, they continue farming. But food inflation for sure is, towards the tail end of last year started to come down. Primarily down to the harvest season. I just feel like we need to, so we've talked so much about how, subsidies for consumption are not the right way to go for an economy like ours, but there's more, we need to place more emphasis on subsidies for production. So for the farmers that are crying out that their margins are being eroded by these imports that we've been doing just because we're trying to soften food inflation and make it easier for the consumer, which is a noble cause anyway, but it's important for the government to also start to think about the farmers' welfare as well to ensure that they stay and remain in business in 2026. I think that will go a long way to shaping the outcomes for that sector this year.
I think for me, sir, the two issues that I identify as perhaps the most pivotal in agriculture are quality of our seedlings, which is abysmal, and of course the issue of a huge loss between the farm gate and the market. Those are, for me, the two biggest obstacles to raising the level of food availability in Nigeria. Does anyone here expect anything to change in regards to both?
So,
Or if you don't agree that those are the two, then please tell me which are the.
I want to add the three.
Please.
Security or insecurity.
Yeah.
Because it's very key. If you can't farm.
Yeah, if you
can't
have access to your farms.
To your farm, either to harvest or you have to pay tribute from your farm. That's a reduction in food availability.
Thank you. So our hope is that government should government will be tackling these matters, the loss between the farm gate and the market, the matter of quality of seedlings that we use.
So for the seedlings, I want to add there that maybe the seedling itself may not be the issue. Maybe it may be, what do you call it now? Extension services. What do I mean? I was still at IITA 4 weeks ago in Ibadan. All the different research institutes, they are churning out products.
Yeah, but that's
adoption is a different ballgame.
That's the problem. The silo mentality in Nigeria. These people are working in silos.
That's why I said extension services. Because you need people to say, look, trust this seedling. Don't say rely on what you mean.
We need to create better transmission mechanisms. To take the new ideas and new knowledge to the farms. Banking.
Yeah, that's another big sector to look at.
Interesting.
Because the recapitalization, or maybe I just say financial services, because it's not just the
because
banks,
even the insurance companies as well.
So for the banks, the deadline is March 2026. For the insurance companies,
that's less than 3 months.
Precisely. Yeah. So for the insurance companies.
And how ready do you think we are?
Most of them, I think the last TBN report that was put out in December showed that 60 precisely. 60
so what in terms of system and in terms of just absolute numbers, what does that represent?
So
16 out of how many?
Yeah, so
and 16 of the small banks or 16 of the big
precisely.
banks.
So they're different, but for all the big banks, they've all cleared that hurdle. First Bank being the latest, and for them it's 500 billion. For some it's 200. So it depends. So what we're seeing now, they're still. For the big banks, they are all, like I said, they are all successfully home and dry. But the smaller banks are the ones, the tier 2, tier 3 banks are the ones where we feel like there might be some sort of mergers and acquisitions.
Are we hearing of anything?
Well, nothing that we can talk about yet. There are still rumors here and there. Nothing that is concrete, really. But the numbers will suggest that there might be some mergers, some forced mergers, really, where the regulator might just have to step in and say, look, 2 of you banks, for instance, might have to merge or you give up your license.
The chairman of First Bank suggested that capital levels of banks should be taken to 1 trillion.
Yeah.
Is that
even realistic?
Well, not just whether it's realistic, but do we need that?
Well, the bigger banks we have, the better. But the thing is, I think for the big banks, it's not been so difficult for them to scale.
Have we in reality seen? Can we say there is a correlation between the increase in capitalization and credit availability to the economy, to the real sector?
That's a good question. So,
has anyone thought about it?
Yes, but yeah, of course, we think about it all the time, and that's why sometimes we feel like, yes, if you have bigger banks with bigger balance sheets, then it's only natural. It's only logical that it means that there's more credit to lend to the economy.
Yeah, but I mean, I always thought so. But Nigeria, in many ways, Nigeria just an outlier. And I remember what the late Dick Kramer used to tell us those days. He says even conventional wisdom can sometimes be wrong in Nigeria.
Yeah. So let me quickly see this. So while that might be the case, so the should I say the distraction now for the banks would be high interest rates on government borrowing, or maybe the allure of just lending to government instead of lending
and then going to sleep.
So if we have, and that's why all of this ties into how the government is able to just manage its finances properly. If the government has less of a reason to borrow and interest rates start to come down, then it means that the banks also have less of that distraction. So if you see the interest on, for instance, the 1-year treasury bill go from the current level of 19% to say single digit 7-8%, it gives the banks less of an incentive to lend to the government. They would now start to think of how to really channel some of those funds to the real sector to get higher profit. But if you have a situation where the government is still aggressively lending, borrowing,
and at elevated rates,
then it's only natural that the banks would tend to gravitate towards the
at the risk of sounding,
because it's called crowding out. That's what you call crowding
out.
Yeah,
I agree with
at the risk of sounding a little controversial. So you alluded to something earlier when you were talking about the new capital requirements for the banks, that there are tiers of banks.
Yeah.
So if you say banks becoming bigger, historically you will see that, just to mention a few names, the Access, UBAs, and so on and so forth, GTs, you saw how they expanded into Africa. I think that was good. The other thing I also saw is that these big banks were able to undo bigger transactions. I mean, bigger transactions.
Like
I wouldn't want to expect that all these tier 1 banks, that you should feel them completely in the real sector, especially at the microfinance level. That's where we should see all these microfinance banks playing in the market. I'm talking from a real SME.
Yeah, Doctor.
But they should not do bigger projects with corporates and multinationals.
Dr. Adeosun,
my thought.
Dr. Adeosun,
oil and gas manufacturing.
Dr. Adeosun, I think you're just it's almost like a defense lawyer for the banks. The point that you're making, I'm not exactly sure. When the banks fail, like AMCON, we were made to pay the price for the failure of the banks. So banks are not just like other organizations. They are there to be truly catalysts for economic growth. And it is expected that they make profit as a result. But when you begin to talk about microfinance banks, we have microfinance banks in Nigeria, but in truth, they are even worse in terms of capital mediation. If you look at interest rates charged by a microfinance bank, you will be alarmed.
Yeah, almost like loan sharks.
So I'm wondering what people do, those who go to microfinance to go and borrow. So we should not even factor them in this conversation at all. My hope is that as the inflation decelerates, as Naira stabilizes, that the central bank will find more room to begin to look at these interconnections and begin to ask itself, what is the overarching objective? What should we do to tinker things here and there so that those critical objectives can be attained? Without any question, making capital available for real sector must be a top 3 objective of the central bank.
Now, just to pick up from what you said, so I had a conversation with one of the special advisors to the central bank governor recently, and he was making the point that the central bank is clear that they don't want to do all the development finance.
No, I get you. I'm not even asking for special funds.
Yeah, because of what happened in the past.
I agree.
So he was then making the point that, so I didn't ask the question that, so what role would the CBN then seek to play in terms of just spurring growth and then just by ensuring that banks channel more credit to the real sector? And he says that, look, at the end of the day, it might not come through in the form of development finance or giving loans at single digits. But the truth is, once the central bank is able to ensure that the financial sector is healthy, that already is a big role that the central bank is playing to ensure that mediation, capital allocation to the real sector is done. That because if you look at it, that the recapitalization exercise in the first place, yes, there are fears that the banks might start to pack more cash with the government, but the truth is, like what Dr. Adeosun was alluding to earlier, it just gives them still more cash to be able to execute big projects which have multiplier effects. They tend to trickle down to impact the entire economy. So for instance, if the Afrexim Bank deal, for instance, with Pairs Energies, that then paved the way for Mr. in Seplat, yes, could have been undertaken by a Nigerian bank. It could have been undertaken by a Nigerian bank.
Why is a Nigerian bank not undertaken?
Because they don't have enough cash to do that.
$50 million.
Anyway, let's get on. I don't agree with the rather protective viewpoints that you guys are just, I mean, anyway, as a business owner, I think that the banks can be more impactful. I don't think they have been, in my view. Let's look at other sectors. Health, for instance, there is a story in the papers suggesting a collapse in health tourism by as much as 96%. I'm aware that even very wealthy Nigerians are beginning to do things about their health locally. There are people who in the past, when they had just mere headache, they were on the next plane abroad. Some of such people are now staying back to do a diagnosis. Some of those who are doing diagnosis locally are even staying back to take a treatment for whatever it is that is diagnosed. And so the number of those who take the first plane available when they have a headache has come down significantly. So what are we seeing, gentlemen? I think and how can this be amplified?
I think this is also sustained. I think this is the latest sign of the immense benefits of private capital. Because, yes, I mean, if you look at it, you've got new private hospitals that have come off the block that are really good. You have Duchess, you have Lagoon, you have Evercare, you have Reddington. There are quite a number of them now that are really, in terms of quality, top notch.
And by the way, I was told that Anthony Joshua never went to Duchess. He was actually at
Daily Mail initially said Duchess, but
he was actually at Lagoon on in Walla Road in Ikoyi.
Oh yeah.
Or Bodilon in Ikoyi as it is. Yeah.
I mean, in the past it would have had to be flown out.
Precisely.
Because they will say, I mean, we didn't have the quality of the.
You can expect a person of Joshua to have the best health insurance, and I would swear that night there will be an air ambulance arriving to pick him. He stayed here and stayed in hospital for several days and was discharged, which, as I said, and you have also said, is a sign.
So the government should really think of how do we then ensure that you create more incentives for even more private hospitals to spring.
Precisely, and they should not all be in Lagos, although I know that the hospital supported by Afrexim in Abuja is also a first-class hospital.
It is.
But we should have these hospitals in at least all the six geographical zones so that people can have access to quicker. But what I'm also hearing that it is not just the expansion in equipment in hospitals that's going on. You are now having doctors from consortia, doctors who don't belong to any particular hospital, just together because of their skill, and then hospitals everywhere calling them to come and handle one surgery or another, or one procedure or another. And these doctors also include doctors abroad. I recall a flight from Abuja one night, and I didn't know until there was an emergency on board that the fellow who was sitting by me was a doctor from abroad. I noticed that as the plane was taxiing off, he was calling different hospitals. Okay, we'll do this surgery at this time, we'll do this at this time. So he had just come, fixed appointments at hospitals, fixed patients, and he said once he was done, he was leaving in another 2 days. So what's improving is not just more beds, more equipment, but also the quality of health personnel to use those equipment is also quite important.
So let me chime in here to say, because on a lifetime married to a medical consultant, so I have some extra insight here.
Okay.
To say that there are a couple of things here, in no particular order. So you will also see that doctors are increasingly doing what we call missions. Missions can be faith-based and non-faith-based. So you have a lot of, in the past, churches used to be heavy education and hospitals. So, and also some politicians also do this.
Interesting.
So they try to mop up patients, and then it's easier to fly 5-6 doctors or health practitioners
to come into the country,
spend 2 weeks, than fly 200 people to meet them. So they weigh the pros and cons, and in the process of them coming, sometimes they come with equipment which are bought over.
At least some basic stuff.
That's one. The other thing, you may not like this, but the other thing is because of the increasing nature of strikes as we speak now, there's still a strike in the hospitals. These are the, not the doctors or the nurses now. There are these people that do
the yeah.
But it looks like you move from doctor strike to nursing strike to medical record strike and so on and so forth. So this is also apparently beefing up the private sector hospitals. Because it's not every time you can always fly out. It's not every time you can always fly out. So there's an improvement. Then another factor I'll quickly mention, to which publisher alluded to. So the development and evolution of the health insurance scheme in Nigeria has also brought in capital. Now you will realize that after a lot of these health management hospitals, HMOs, now set up their own hospital, then they interface with investments. Like, so HMO is actually like investment. The people behind it are almost like people who do stocks and so on and so forth. So they realize that when you set up the hospital and you manage the hospital yourself as the HMO, you are able to manage your costs directly. You have procurement, you can manage that. Then the quality of care, you can manage that. So they are collaborating with investors different from all over the world to set up hospitals. They are also interfacing. They are improving around procurement, interfacing directly with suppliers, pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth. You will also agree with me that for the longest of times, our healthcare, the quality of our professionals have never been in doubt. You will be shocked that many Nigerians who go abroad, it's actually Nigerian doctors, but it's the equipment. So increasingly, I think the last thing I'll just quickly add is the perception is also slightly changing. I think it's because of the quality of equipment, the ambience.
And people.
So we now have, so to speak, 5-star hotels. We say hospitality is actually from hospital. So our clinics are now more robust. The nurses are doing well. Doctors are doing well. All the pharmacies, all the healthcare.
Precisely. And we will deal with this some other time in detail. A man called Fola Adiola created big waves in banking, and when he retired, became a prime mover in the reform that led to the pension scheme that we have today. The man Fola Adiola has now become perhaps the single largest pillar in healthcare in Nigeria. We'll talk about that in a different setting. Perhaps time for one more of the things we expect to happen in 2025 and we'll be gone. Is there anything that we have left out?
So I think we should talk about oil and gas. Very quickly.
Yes.
For many reasons, it's tied to electricity too. So we should see improved production and output in gas specifically. Hopefully that will translate to better generation of.
There was a story today that Sahara says liquidity is getting better in the sector, and so he didn't promise better power though. But Adeosun, you are promising better power.
And even over the weekend, the minister of electricity, Adela, actually for the first time, to my consciousness, is promising better supply. Hopefully.
That's a very positive note to end our first program in the year 2026, and I think it mirrors our conversation today, that there has not been a year in a very long time that Nigerians emerged into with significant hope, as indeed is the case with 2026. Our prayer is that all of our hopes will be realized. But in truth, it's the last full year before the elections, and I'm always worried about politicians because there's never a limit to their recklessness. But we must hope that this year will be different. We didn't talk about security, which is a major, we alluded to it in passing, but without any question, all of our hopes for 2026, my goodness, if security doesn't get better, many of it will just dissipate into the thin air. That's how we bring our program to an end today, the very first one in 2026. My thanks to Dr. Adeosun and, of course, Lolade, both of whom are my colleagues at Business Day. We'll see you on Monday. Make sure you tune in. Bye-bye.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
A very good morning to you. This is the big story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Until the final days of 2025, the idea of Peter Obi and his supporters formally pitching camp with African Democratic Congress felt unlikely to many Nigerians, but on Wednesday, December 31st, that speculation ended. The former Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election has now officially joined the ADC alongside a growing coalition of opposition heavyweights, including Atiku Abubakar and other political power brokers, positioning for 2027. For months, questions swirled around Obi's political future, especially amid the deepening crisis within the Labour Party and the unresolved fractures in the People's Democratic Party. Now, with Obi's defection, attention shifts to what this new alliance truly represents. Now, the question is this the long-awaited consolidation of the opposition into a viable third force, or simply another arena for competing ambitions under a new banner? Well, joining me this morning are two gentlemen. Mr. Zebulon Agomo is the Business Day Sunday editor, as well as Mr. Joshua Bassi is our editorial director here at Business Day Television. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you,
Let me start by saying Happy New Year to you officially, because I haven't said Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Do you keep New Year resolutions?
Yes, I do. You know, keeping resolutions is one of the difficult things because as the old year is fading, bringing you into New Year, you say I will do a lot of things, but we have found out as individuals, even as collective beings, that keeping all the resolutions you make at the end of a receding year, it's always a very difficult and I take discipline. So abide by what you have said you will do in the new year. So it's a challenge on the part of everybody to do what you say you must do and leave behind those things that drew you back
in the past year.
Yes.
Mr. Bassi, how about you? Any New Year resolutions or you think it's outdated?
Really, I used to write it down past years, but I realized that it was so difficult to keep them. So what I do is that I don't even do any New Year resolution. I just decide, okay, this is what, without actually writing them down, I just consciously guide myself what I want to do, what I don't want to do, and then just without the ones I can do, I do. The ones I cannot do, but I don't call it a resolution anymore.
It's just action plan, not necessarily no tags.
That's
right.
It takes discipline, actually, like Zeb said. You know.
But it's just about making that conscious effort to go to be a better person, right? Fantastic. Let's get into the conversation for today. Let's talk about this new development. How significant really is Peter Obi's move to the ADC in real political terms? I mean, beyond the symbolism of another party defection, what really is the significance of this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. You see, in the course of last year, there were a number of defections, particularly governors, some state governors, leaving their party, essentially the PDP platform, and moved into APC platform. So their defections were not really something that was surprising and did not really shake the ground or political space the way people is moving into ADC did a couple of days ago. It shows you the capacity of the man called P2B, and since he contested the presidential, since he ran on the platform of the Labour Party in 2023, I think he has already been noticed as a figure not to toy with on the political scene of Nigeria. So I think the momentum he brought into that election and what he had been seen to portend from the Nigerian political space and the democracy is what we are seeing that made his defection to be very huge. Everybody is talking about it. Even children on the street are talking about it. So I think it is the way Nigerians are feeling, expectations of Nigerians, and how they envision the future that may have aggregated to confirm or confer this importance to P2B deflation. If you are talking about significance, it's very, very significant in many ways. It has implication for the party he left, the PDP. It has implication for Labour Party, and even for the APC. For the Labour Party, he's leaving. The Labour Party now will be receding back to the backwaters where it was before Obi joined in 2022. And for the PDP, people are saying that they are not sure whether the party will be on the ballot in 2027, because the way the party has been oscillating from one crisis to another is a concern to many. And with a massive exodus to other places and the governors living en masse, it shows that the party is really in trouble. So for the APC itself, you know that P2B joining ADC has already started shaking the foundation of the party, the ruling party. If not, the party wouldn't have been concerning itself with what happens to Obi and ADC. So you have been reading a lot coming from the APC chieftains, from that camp, and some amounting to Thompson and all that. So essentially, the defection and the joining ADC is one movement in 2025 that will change a lot of things as we go into the next round of election,
right,
in 2027.
Mr. Bassi, real quick, really, speaking about the should I call it a little bit of fidgeting occurring in the other camps, but when you talk about the prolonged leadership crisis that, I mean, we've seen in the Labour Party for a while now, was staying in the Labour Party, was it ever a viable option for Peter Obi if he intends to contest for 2027?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Absolutely no. In fact, for Peter Obi leaving the Labour Party to any other party, it was expected because obviously Labour Party is in crisis, just like PDP, also is in crisis, which the Zev has talked about. So if Peter Obi was going to contest, so he needed to just leave Labour Party to find a platform that will give him that opportunity to contest, because it's very clear that he wasn't going to get the ticket of the Labour Party. We have the man, the Labour Party national chairman, Abure, who has been there, despite court order. You really cannot say who actually, even though INEC still recognizes his leadership, but then there are factions in the Labour Party. There was this faction that is led by Nemani, former minister of the lady, former minister of finance, and of course backed by the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti. And then there's this other faction that is led by Abure, which is the one that INEC recognizes, but which is not ready to give Obi, that platform, ticket to be able to contest for 2027. So it was only clear that Obi will actually leave the Labour Party. We're only just waiting for which party he will go to. Now he has landed on the ADC, and with only time will tell whether he will be able to get the ticket, because that's where the challenge actually would be. He will be able to get the ticket of the ADC, because the other big wigs were also interested.
Yes, and I think that's really is my worry, because the ADC already has big figures like Atiku Abubakar and other people who have clear people with clear presidential ambitions. So from your perspective, would you think that this coalition can actually manage internal rivalry without actually repeating this crisis that has weakened the PDP and the LP itself? Do you think they can manage it?
Okay, so the point is that if ADC wants to be seen as a formidable opposition party that can give the ruling APC a run for its money, then they have to manage their crisis. They have to get to a point where they'll be able to tell themselves, look, we have no choice but to present one individual that all of us will actually support. And then you go, those of them who are there talking about Atiku, talking about Amechi, talking about Erufai, talking about and the rest of them will be, and the rest of them who have congregated, you should actually tell them, look, if we are going to make any impact in 2027, we just have to bury our individual ambition and then push one person forward as someone who will fly the party's ticket and then challenge the ruling party. And of course, you know that as the ruling party, they already have an advantage of incumbency. And so if you toy with the choice of who becomes your presidential candidate in 2027, talking about the ADC now, of course, that would be a failure, really. And so because it's not easy to uproot the sitting president with all the powers that the executive powers that he has. So for you to be able to do that, you have to plan very well. You have to present a united front, and that's what I expect them to do. And so that shouldn't be a problem. But if they don't do that, forget. I mean, it's just going to be what happened in 2023.
But when we look at the long-standing political history between Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, I'm just here and I'm curious. I'm also wondering if this is really sustainable, for them to coexist within the same political platform.
Yes, let me jump in there. You know, why Obi left the PDP in 2022 was because the PDP failed to zone the ticket to the south entirely, not even the southeast. So Peter Obi was not happy that when it was clearly obvious that the ticket should go to the south, someone from the north also is presenting himself. So he didn't buy into that arrangement. So he had to exit. That was the first point of disagreement with Atiku, why he left. Then Atiku picked the ticket, and we all know the result of that ambition. Now, just like Josh has said, if at this point they have not sat down to look at the possibility of ruining ADC, if they choose a wrong route again, then it will be a negative decision on their part. Because I believe, and many analysts have also said, for a P2B to have allowed himself to have agreed to join ADC, it should be, and it must be, that there had been an agreement that he should come and run on that platform as the presidential candidate of the party. Because if you look at every analyst, if you read what people are saying, if an Alhaji Atiku Abubakar today will come up to say, I am picking the ticket of ADC, you mean that it will go back to what happened in 2023, because it is still the time of the South. The South has not served out its 8 years. Peter Obi said, I am going to run one term of 4 years if I am elected. And on that platform, I think that they have now sat down and said, yes, why not give Peter Obi that platform? As soon as he served out the 4 years of South, then he goes to North. Atiku Abubakar or whoever could now pick it in 2031. Then don't forget that a person of El-Rufai is a known figure in the North. And he's just like a brain boss when you talk about somebody who can speak for the Muslim leaders. If he is able to galvanize followership around the P2B, you know that ADC will go a long way in this election, in the next election. So working with Atiku, I'm not sure it's going to be a problem, because I'm sure that by now Alhaji Atiku must have told himself the canon truth, that this is no longer the time for me to go and pick the ticket. For a P2B had a lot of meetings with many people where he said he's not really going back to pick a second-class ticket. I'm not going to run as a vice presidential candidate. I am not traveling the whole world to learn governance, only to come back and to run as a vice presidential. I don't know if you read what Aisha Yesufu, a strong supporter, said, that if anybody gives a bid the vice president and it will be accepted, I will lead a protest against that.
Really?
A lot of Nigerians are looking forward to seeing a P2B flying the flag, the ticket of ADC.
So do we really see him as being ADC's presidential flag
We cannot
bearer?
say that. It will be too early for us to say that on this time.
But he already has insisted that his name be on the ballot.
Well, the party has its own plans and principles and programs of somebody becoming a presidential candidate. What we are doing here is a permutation and analysis. How we believe things should work out here that will benefit everybody. So for us here, don't forget that the party will also go into primary. And it is at that platform that whoever that will fly the ticket or fly the flag will emerge. So we are here analyzing what will benefit the party if they want to do that route.
Because we have to go, Mr. Bassi, real quick. President Tinubu, we see it's often said to retain a strong structural advantage. Do you think that Obi's entry into the ADC meaningfully threatens that advantage, or do you think it's mainly energizes the opposition in their conversation?
Well, thanks, Elizabeth. But the point really is that we can never tell how Nigerians will vote in 2023. 2027. Obi entering the race, if Obi gets the ticket of the ADC, and then meaning that he will be the major contender against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I see that will actually energize the ruling party to perhaps work harder, towards 2027. And we've seen already how most of the PDP governors have defected to the ruling party. So Tinubu, as it is today, we can say already, it has that structure, political structure across the country. If you look at the map of Nigeria today, you will probably see APC all over the place with just about 4 governors of the PDP left, right? About 3 or thereabout.
Is it in the south or in the north?
No, generally across the country. No. We have Bauchi, we have Oyo, we have Adamawa, right?
Yes.
We have
who is planning to move.
That's what I'm saying. So, and then you have a Labour Party in the Abia, and then you have ADC in the Accord Party in Osun State. Then you have Abga in Anambra. And so you can see it's almost APC everywhere. So that's why I'm saying that the incumbent president.
We also have PDP in Zamfara, don't forget.
Yes, Zamfara. He also has a very strong structure. So where Obi joining the the ADC, and if he gets the ticket, will actually energize this the current president to do more. Of course.
Sorry, if I just want to take, don't forget that Labour Party was nowhere before Obi joined and brought life and brought it to the limelight. So it doesn't matter the platform an individual is. What matters is the acceptance from by Nigerians.
By Nigerians. So that makes me ask me my last question then. We know that the obedient movement itself was really central to Peter Obi's run in 2023, and it was mainly youth-driven. Do you think that it's possible for him to, because you mentioned something about it's about the person, so do you think it's possible for him to move this same momentum into the ADC and carry it the same way he had for the Labour Party?
Let's go and mark it today. If at the end of ADC's primary, a P2B emerges as the flag bearer, a lot of momentum will gather around the P2B. That is just like what happened in 2023. So it's just about him getting the ticket from what is going on, what is happening around us. So I'm sure that without speaking for anybody, if a P2B emerges from what we are seeing now as a candidate, a lot of things will change. And the APC will know also that it's not going to be easy. So I am thinking that the onus lies on ADC to get it out right. If they make a mistake of choosing any other person, or make a mistake in choosing somebody that is not well accepted by Nigeria, a mistake of 2020 history will
but just before we conclude, let me also add that yes, Obi getting the ticket of the ADC, if he's able to get the ticket, will that momentum we will see, but I don't think it's going to be as fantastic as we saw in 2023. I can tell you,
you don't see an obedient movement of that kind.
Because a lot of them have also left him. A lot of these obedient, obedience, as they call themselves, have also left P2B. And of course, again, don't also forget that the current, the sitting president, has gained a lot of political, ground. Since becoming president, the last almost going to 3 years now. Don't forget that in 2023, Tinubu was not the president. He was not the sitting president then. So today,
he wrote on the platform.
I know. Don't even forget that even the president then, may his soul rest in peace. President Muhammadu Buhari did not fully actually come out to support Tinubu. We all know that we saw it during their primaries. So I'm saying that it might be tougher this time. Actually, for me, my reading, it might be tougher for Obi this time around. compared to 2023 because the current the sitting president is going to contest, and he has gained a lot of political
a lot will still
mileage,
happen
like I said, across the
now
country.
To the time of election, a lot of
But
changes.
it will be a good opposition actually.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and see all that pans out. But thank you so much for joining in on the big story this morning, Mr. Zebulon Agomo as well as Mr. Joshua Bassi today on the big story. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
Thank you.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is Social Listening. This is where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with Valentine.
Onyeka.
One time.
Well,
let's get straight into conversations today. Nigerians are engaging with a number of conversations this morning, but we'll start off with the first one, which is gaining attention. It's actress Bimbo Thomas revealing a deadly attack during a movie shoot targeting a Nollywood colleague, Funke Akindele. Now, Bimbo Thomas recounted the terrifying ordeal in which armed robbers allegedly invaded a hotel housing cast and crew of Omogeto Part 2 during filming in Ebutemeta, Lagos. A night, she said, nearly turned fatal. Now, Thomas, who played Nikki in the blockbuster movie, said that the attackers appeared to have come specifically for filmmaker and lead actress Funke Akindele following an earlier confrontation on set. Now, she said this in an interview with Chude Gideon, where Thomas said filming the thuggery themed movie attracted frequent disruptions from hoodlums in the area, and of course maybe that led them to then come attack Funke Akindele. But I did watch the video. I don't know if you have the video, but in the video she said something which really struck me. She talked about the fact that I think at the time they came to her, then she said she literally, like, more like she put a life instead of Funke Akindele. I said, if they want to kill her, then you have to kill me first. And I think that's like what Jesus did. And just seeing a friend that's willing to do that for you, obviously, like that, this conversation has led to a lot of buzz online with different people just chiming in on the conversation, talking about Bimbo Thomas, some people that didn't even know her. I mean, before now, because I don't really watch Yoruba movies, I'm not so good. But then I saw her and I'm like, wow, that's such a brave thing to do. Right. But we'll see some of the reactions online. Then I'll also get your reaction to this conversation and see how what you hear your take on the matter. But I think firstly, I have to really give kudos to Funke Akindele and her work ethic. I think it's very admirable. That one is one thing that I think everyone can emulate from her. Right. She has an insane work ethic, always going for the bag, always doing things, and just being a true example, for young women out there that you can do things. Like you see her in the estate, Amen. There was a time I was doing a program, and then she used to, obviously that's where she stayed, and I see the way she used to work. Like even then, I remember then we passing by, some people said they want to take pictures, like no, because she's in work mode, discipline. Yeah, so she's someone worthy of emulation. But let's talk of the reactions and see how Nigerians are reacting to this particular conversation online. That's a comment from Universe Shinazo. It says, that sounds terrifying. I can't even imagine how scared they must have been. So glad Funke and everyone got out safely. Sasibi says, insecurity in Nigeria is becoming something else. I tell you, it's really something else. Do we have more reactions? Emeke says, so armed men passed through the gate, walked past the receptionist, down to a hotel room, and the hotel management didn't raise an alarm or alert the police. Now, well done. Oh. But actually, this is actually a way to look at it, because really, how did that happen? Do we have any more reactions on this conversation? You know, it's actually ridiculous if you think about it, that they passed all of that. Yeah, you passed through the door.
I mean, they had a lot
gates,
of
receptionist. How did it happen?
And at the end of the day, they were able to now make their way close enough to her. You know, again, first and foremost, if I was in charge of such security thing, well, I'm not a security expert, but if I was, well, for what it is, if I was in charge of that, first of all, I would tell myself, look, I failed. Because when you're giving your security detail to your team or briefing, the first thing would be, you can't put the same person in that same spot over and over again. At some point, the person gets compromised, because whoever had made it into that level might have been coming prior to that period, have become previously, gotten maybe one way or the other, you know, familiar with the security guards there. In securing a place, especially when people who are of influence live there, you should be able to rotate your security personnel, really. And for someone like her, who is a person who, you know, she's a celebrity at an A level in Nigeria, and Nigeria obviously is, you know, I mean, our entertainment industry is a force to reckon with. So she's out there. She's a big name. I think for what it is, they could have looked closely when it comes to their own personal security, her own, apart from the one in the estate.
Right.
Right? I understand that. So police officers have been removed from, you know, from VIPs
but let's
and all
not
that
forget
stuff.
they're on set. And this also leads to a problem, because when we see celebs or even people, even the C list or some whatever B list at places, and then you see them with maybe a security detail, people often raise brows and say, it's not just this small place. Why is she bringing this? Why does she have this person?
Now you see the reason
this
why.
says something.
You know, so for what it is, the good thing is that at least she wasn't harmed, right? And then they didn't succeed, of course. But there's a lesson to learn from this. If you're having a production, if you're having a gathering, make sure you don't take security, right, lightly at all.
For granted.
For granted. This kind of thing, what if it had gone, you know, out of board or out of hand, and become an issue where tomorrow you start talking about, hey, how is she doing in the hospital? God forbid. You know, so we should learn these things. The other day, we're talking about how an event happened and then someone died during the event. That was during them Ashake's performance. So you see that you should be able to expect things to go either.
But that one is
a
completely different ball game. It was a stampede.
Oh, well, then again, it was a stampede.
And it wasn't even in Nigeria.
Well, it was in Nigeria. I only use that as an example.
Okay.
Right? If you are a celebrity, don't take your personal security, right, lightly at all. It's a serious matter. I'll give you a good example now. So we're on air now. We're talking about stories back to back. People are watching. You don't know this, Elizabeth, but you're becoming someone who is quite influential one way or the other in the journalism space. People are going to know you. So not everybody will agree with you, meaning to say that some people who don't really like you might be out for you. I'm just saying. So you must be careful. As you walk around, you look back and forth and mind your footsteps. So I think for what it is, that, again, thank God nothing happened to her. Don't take your personal security
for granted.
That's all
right. Let's move on now to another topic that Nigerians are reacting to, and this one is the claim by Kaduna-based Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi. He says that he was allegedly listed for elimination as a Boko Haram figure on the same day the United States conducted an airstrike in Nigeria. Now, this revelation came while Gumi addressed his congregation in a video that's gone viral since Sunday. Now, according to the cleric, he received an early morning call from an unnamed source in Abuja who briefed him on the outcome of a national security meeting, informing him that his name had been included among individuals allegedly marked for assassination. Well, that one came as a shock to Nigerians. Obviously, there have been loads and loads of reactions to this conversation. So we'll check out some of the tweets and see how Nigerians are reacting to this story on social media. Ebube Favor says, when he said that bandits are part of us, we can't run from them and they can't run from us. He thought it can't be caught be his words. Why is he calling for help? I thought he's threatening President Donald Trump. So you see, when I'm also reading this comment, I'm also like, I always like shake my head also. And this one is completely off topic, but like just the way that person constructed the grammar, it's a bit confusing. But there's another one that says, it's your perception about the happenings that it's finding you out. You said they are our brothers guiding the forest. So this person is taking his words. Now his word against us. Like, so since you said that, okay, so now they're marking for assassination. Deacon Nick Donnelly says, Gumi is learning that there are consequences for being a terrorist leader behind the Islamist genocide in Nigeria. I would prefer him to face justice at the ICC or a U.S. court. But either way, it is imperative that Gumi is stopped from leading the Islamist genocide of Christians. Well, those are some of the, the comments to that conversation. Well, what are your thoughts?
Well, again, we only try to answer the questions our viewers are asking. But can we even answer these questions? We can't. But let's now look at it in real time. As much as we want this terrorist activity to be put to 100% crushed terrorists, again, things have to happen within the ambience of the law. As much as most of us don't like the fact that Gumi, over time has, gone to this level where he, he's more or less like their spokesperson or whatever it is, or intermediary, or negotiate for them, whatever it is, the position that he has been occupying all this while. As much as we don't like it, and then we associate the whole activity with banditry and terrorism, or made basically negative, which obviously all of us are totally against. We don't want terrorists, finished terrorists. We don't need them in our country. But you can't just say you pick up Gumi and arrest him and lock him up, or you pick him up and then assassinate him. No, he obviously has some rights too, and then those who are in the legal angle will know how to interpret this even better. But however, emotions are running very deep here, right? We want our country to be safe.
Yes.
We want our country, we want to be able to travel to different parts of Nigeria.
And feel safe.
Really. So when things are not going well, it is only natural that we look for who to blame, or look for who is going to be the scapegoat. Unfortunately, right, fingers are pointing towards him. And if the United States have penned his name down for removal, well, I would say, well, when you dance with the devil, prepare to get burned.
You have to bring all this your proverbs.
What can we say?
But let's move to our last conversation today, where Nollywood actress Regina Daniels, who has once again become the center of online chatter after being spotted with an unidentified man during a New Year's Eve celebration in London on December 31st last year. Viral images captured the pair in a festive atmosphere, with fans noting that close interactions such as subtle glances and waist holding suggested a possible romantic involvement, which has fueled speculations. Let's recall that all eyes have been on Regina Daniels following a messy public breakup with Senator Ned Nwoko, as the post quickly ignited debate online, with many linking the sighting to ongoing rumors of marital discord in a relationship with Nwoko, now following a series of publicized breakdown in 2025. And now, obviously, when you're in the public eye, everything you do, if you do like this, so that's the young man in question that she was pictured with on December 31st, and people have been saying, I mean, I could take this picture with anybody. I could take this picture with you. I could take this picture with anyone, and it doesn't mean anything. But when you're in the public eye, everything means a little. If you perhaps yawn, there's like, oh, this maybe something is wrong. Maybe I'm unwell. If I put my hand like this,
maybe they're going through some depression.
Yes. If I probably like itch my brows,
there's always an explanation.
They would have something. So for what is worth, this person could just be a friend. I don't see any I don't get what waist holding, verbal, non-verbal cues. There's no, even if I'm like the
guy
biggest psychologist on
let's
earth.
be honest, even if the guy gave her a peck on the cheek in a picture, look,
that's how some people greet.
Do you understand? So, but like, again, this just goes to show you that social media has always been undefeated. You can't explain yourself totally. Like they always say, you go explain, you go. That's the fact of the matter. Even if you are a saint, right? I have seen posts where this post needs to be given great accolades, but some people just want to talk and then they will
and I think people should just give Regina Daniels some grace, some break. But at the same time, I think I also have to say that you have to be willing to take the sun and the rain if you're like in the public eye. So if you like the rain, you should be also willing to take the sun. If you like the sun, you should, it's, or just keep it private if you don't want anything out there. So I think any celebrity should also understand that.
But you know what? I always say this, and whenever I have the opportunity, I will always hammer on it again, which is this. Look, if you don't talk, right, and you remain quiet, the public will still talk. If you now talk, they will still talk. So
let me tell you somebody that doesn't talk and nothing happens. Genevieve.
Seriously.
Genevieve, what are you talking about? You've
No,
never seen a picture.
So the truth of the matter is, for the fact that she's in the movie industry alone, she's already speaking in a different manner. What I mean to say is, if you don't put yourself out there, look, so it is a one way in, one way out in this thing called life, really. So if you don't live your life, it is you're doing yourself. If you, like that's what I said, if you don't talk, right, they will still talk. If you talk, they will still talk. So why not talk?
But you can regulate what people say depending on how you go about whatever it is you do. But we have to leave it here today, and we hope and wish Regina Daniels the best. But that's where we leave it today on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Balata.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us on Business News Hour. I am Norma Obona, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. Nigeria faces revenue risk as Trump signals Venezuela crude revival. NNPC subsidiaries debt balloons 70% to 30 trillion naira. Private depots raise petrol to 800 naira per litre in Lagos. Nigeria targets more capital inflows with new central investor desk. Nigeria's medical tourism spending crashes 96% as local healthcare capacity deepens. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Nigeria's 58.18 trillion naira 2026 budget anchored on a $64.85 per barrel crude oil benchmark faces mounting pressure as President Donald Trump intervention in Venezuela strengthens to unleash a flood of new crude supplies onto an already oversupplied global market. Trump's announcements on Saturday that U.S. oil companies would invest billions to rebuild Venezuela's energy infrastructure following the capture of President Nicolas Maduro has sent ripples through oil-dependent economies. For Africa's largest oil producer, the implications could prove devastating at a time when crude prices are already trading well below budget assumptions. Brent crude traded around $60, 75% barrel on Sunday, already about $4 below Nigeria's revised benchmark. In December, the Nigerian Senate cut the oil price assumption to $60 per barrel from the government's initial projection of $64.85 in recognition of prevailing market conditions. However, even that more conservative outlook could come under pressure should Venezuelan crude return to the global market without restrictions. Venezuela holds the world's largest proven oil reserves at 303 billion barrels, representing 17% of global reserves as of 2023. Trump explicitly stated that U.S. companies would fix the badly broken infrastructure and start making money for the country, signaling a long-term commitment to reviving Venezuelan output. And moving on, despite its transition into a commercial entity, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is grappling with mounting financial pressure as unviable and underperforming subsidiaries dip in intercompany indebtedness, pushing outstanding obligations owed to the company to 30.30 trillion naira. The sharp increase has raised fresh concerns about the company's liquidity management and long-term financial sustainability. An analysis of the audited accounts recently released by the oil firm, conducted on Sunday, revealed that several of the national oil company's core operating subsidiaries, particularly its refineries, trading arms, and gas infrastructure units, accounted for the bulk of the ballooning intercompany receivables. The report showed that while the National Oil Company operates 32 subsidiaries, only 8 are not indebted to the parent company, leaving the majority burdened with varying levels of intercompany debt. This development comes as NNPC continues to navigate concerns surrounding the write-off of substantial debts owed to the Federation and advances plans to divest non-core assets as part of its ongoing transformation into a profitable, commercially oriented national oil company. The surge in loans comes as NNPCL continues to manage complex intercompany debt dynamics, with subsidiaries owing the parent company 30.3 trillion naira as of 2024, raising further questions about internal cash management and financial sustainability of certain groups within the group. Also, private petroleum depots across Lagos and other key fuel trading hubs have raised the ex-depot price of the premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, to as high as 800 naira per litre. Data obtained from the petroleumprice.ng on Friday shows that the average cost of petrol at private depots surged sharply within a 48-hour period, tightening margins for marketers and raising fresh concerns over an immense spike in retail pump prices nationwide. In Lagos, Dangote Depot, which consistently offers the lowest petrol price, sold PMS at 703 naira per litre on Friday, up from 702.50 naira on Wednesday, December 31st, 2025. While the increase at Dangote was marginal, other private depots recorded steeper adjustments. Market operators linked the price surge to the shutdown of the petrol units at the Dangote refinery, which had recently become a major domestic supplier of PMS, helping to moderate prices following the removal of fuel subsidies. Commenting, the Chief Executive Officer of Petroleum Price at NG, Jeremiah Olatide, said the latest increase was a calculated response by importers seeking to recover losses recorded in December. He explained that importers were hit hard by the aggressive price slash by Dangote refinery, which sold petrol at about 699 naira per litre, forcing many private players to sell below their landing costs. Still on, Nigeria plans to establish a central investor desk within the Federal Ministry of Finance in 2026. A move the government says will sharpen policy communication, improve transparency, and restore confidence among domestic and foreign investors after years of macroeconomic volatility. The proposed investor desk will serve as a single interface between the government and existing and prospective investors, development finance institutions, credit rating agencies, and market analysts, according to a policy statement released by the Ministry of Finance on Thursday. Officials say the platform is designed to address one of the most persistent investor complaints about Nigeria, which is fragmented e-communication and inconsistent policy signaling. The initiative forms part of a broader 2026 economic agenda that seeks to move Africa's most populous economy from a phase of stabilization into one of expansion, following 2 years of far-reaching but disruptive reforms under President Bola Tinubu. With inflation now cooling and growth gradually picking up, the government is seeking to reassure capital providers that policy risks are falling and execution discipline is improving. Officials said the investor desk will play a coordinating role in rebuilding trust by ensuring that investors receive clear, timely, and credible information on Nigeria's economic direction. And also in a major development, Nigeria's long-standing reliance on overseas medical treatment appears to be rapidly reversing, as new data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows that a dramatic collapse in spending on medical tourism, signaling a major shift in healthcare utilization toward domestic facilities. According to CBN figures covering January to June 2025, Nigeria's medical tourism spending plunged by 96.2% year-on-year, falling from $2.38 million in the first half of 2024 to just $0.09 million in the corresponding period of 2025. The sharp contraction, amounting to a 2.29 million decline, marks one of the steepest drops recorded in outbound healthcare expenditure in the recent years. A breakdown of the data reveals that spending patterns in 2024 were driven by an unusual spike at the start of the year. Medical tourism expenditure opened at $2.30 million in January 2024 before collapsing to a zero in February, remaining muted at $0.01 million in March and $0.00 million in April, aging by $0.05 million in May and easing again to $0.02 million in June. By contrast, spending in the first half of 2025 remained consistently low throughout the 6-month period. January recorded $0.06 million, followed by zero expenditure in February and March, and a marginal $0.01 million in April, $0.00 million in May, and $0.02 million in June. No month in 2025 exceeded the $0.06 million mark, underscoring a sustained contraction rather than a temporary dip. While foreign exchange constraints and tighter economic conditions have played a role, healthcare experts say the numbers increasingly reflect a deeper structural change: Nigeria's growing capacity to deliver advanced world-class medical care locally. Beyond FX policy, healthcare professionals argue that confidence in local systems is the major decisive factor. In other news, Nigeria's apex Capital Market Regulator, Securities and Exchange Commission, also known as SEC, has announced plans to significantly step up investment actions in 2026 following the enactment of the Investments in Securities Act ISA 2025 as part of efforts to strengthen investor confidence and market integrity. The director of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Imomotimi Agama, disclosed this while outlining the Commission's regulatory priorities, noting that new laws have expanded the Commission's supervisory and enforcement powers. Agama said the Commission would apply these powers firmly and impartially to address market abuse, insider dealing, fraudulent investment schemes, and other forms of misconduct in the capital market. He also stressed that enforcement actions will be guided by due process and rule of law, adding that predictable and consistent regulation remains critical to building trust among investors. Beyond enforcement, the Commission, he stated, plans to advance regulatory efficiency through digitalization, including streamlined approvals, automated filings, and improved disclosure processes. Agama stated that the SEC also plans to roll out a nationwide financial literacy program in 2026 aimed at improving investor awareness and reducing vulnerability to fraudulent schemes. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates shaping the business and economic landscape. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour, where we bring you the stories that matter to markets and the economy. Moving on, the Naira extended its appreciation against the dollar at the official foreign exchange market on first trading day of 2026, supported by continued intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria and improved FX inflows, even as renewed demand pressure emerged in the parallel markets following the commencement of the new tax law. Data published by the CBN show that the Naira strengthened by 4.91 Naira, representing a 0.34% gain, as the dollar quoted was at 1,430.84 Naira on Friday compared to 1,435.75 Naira on Wednesday. The final trading session of 2025 at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. On a year-on-year basis, the local currency recorded a significant appreciation of 110.52 Naira, translating to a 7.7% gain from 1,541.36 Naira traded at the official window at the beginning of 2025. The performance reflects sustained policy efforts by the Apex Bank to improve FX liquidity, rebuild confidence, and narrow volatility in the FX market. In contrast, the parallel markets, also known as the block markets, witnessed renewed depreciation as demand pressure resurfaced. Market participants attributed the pressure to individuals rushing to withdraw Naira balances and convert to dollars following the commencement of the new tax regime, amid concerns about potential changes in transaction costs and compliance requirements. Despite the short-term pressure, the Naira remains stronger in the parallel markets on year-on-year basis. Compared with January 2025 levels, the currency appreciated by 160 Naira, or a 10.67%, closing at 1,500 versus 1,660 Naira traded at the beginning of January 2025, underscoring the broader gains recorded over the past year. And meanwhile, the federal government yesterday unveiled a major fiscal blueprint aimed at accelerating economic growth, mobilize investments, and create more jobs this year. In a concerted effort to stimulate rapid economic development, the strategy document indicated that the government would focus on key policies and priorities as the President Bola Tinubu administration's advances into second wave of reforms focused on squarely on unleashing accelerated economic growth, productivity, and capital formation. Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, in a statement yesterday said the federal Ministry of Finance, would be the anchor for the comprehensive growth acceleration and investment mobilization strategy aimed at strengthening macroeconomic stability and positioning Nigeria as a premier destination for long-term foreign direct investment. According to her, in 2026, Nigeria's economy will enter a transition phase from stabilization to expansion as the government focuses on scale output, deepening domestic value creation, and placing the economy on a credible path toward a 1 trillion naira gross domestic product in 2036. She highlighted that the $1 trillion economy target would be achieved by building an open, export-oriented economy with strong domestic aggregate demand, while also domesticating key supply chains to use raw materials, a workforce, and intellectual property sourced competitively from Nigeria in line with the Nigerian First policy launched by the President. The government's objective to lower inflation expectations, compress sovereign risk premiums, and reduce the cost of capital for both public and private investment. The coordinated approach is entailed in the Disinflation and Growth Acceleration Strategy document, co-sponsored by the CBN, the Federal Ministry of Finance, and the FIRS, now known as NRS. Federal ministries, states, and development partners will align around a common investment thesis, policy clarity, bankable projects, and rapid removal of regulatory barriers. In other news, in 2025, the country's maritime business environment underwent a major reset as a result of regulatory reforms, improved security, labor stability, and renewed global engagement. These factors significantly reduced operational risk and restored international confidence in the country's shipping and blue economic prospects. This, the head public relations at the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, also known as NIMASA, Osagie Edward, underscored in his statement. According to him, under the leadership of the NIMASA Director General, Dr. Dayo, the agency earned commendations from the presidency, maritime institutions, labor unions, and a broad spectrum of industry stakeholders. He said throughout the year under review, the agency operating under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy sustained a reform-driven agenda focused on maritime safety and security, capacity development, regulatory efficiency, labor harmony, and international engagement. These deliberate efforts, Edward said, culminated in one of Nigeria's most significant maritime milestones in recent history: the country's successful return to the International Maritime Organization Council after a 14-year absence. President Bola Tinubu formally commended the management of NIMASA following Nigeria's election into Category C of the IMO Council for the 2026 to 2027 biennium, describing the achievement as a strong affirmation of Nigeria's growing influence in global maritime governance. Also, barring any last-minute changes, licensed customs agents operating in Nigeria's maritime sector may stage a picket today, Monday, in protest against a planned increase in shipping charges. Reports indicate that revised tariffs by the Mediterranean Shipping Company show import documentation fees for 20-foot containers rising from 45,000 naira to 58,500 naira, while charges to 40-feet containers are set to increase from 72,000 naira to 93,000 naira. Also, port additional charges for 20-feet containers will move from 50,000 naira to 80,000 naira, and 40-feet containers from 100,000 naira to 160,000 naira, all effective on January 1st, 2026. However, speaking with our correspondent, the National Protocols Officer of the Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents, Mr. Ruwane Amuni, vowed that they would protest against any plan by the shipping company to increase fares. Also speaking, the Apapa chapter chairman of the National Council of Managing Directors of Licensed Customs Agents, Abayomi Duyele, admitted that the Nigerian Shippers Council, which is the port's economic regulator, is aware of the planned increase and has directed the shipping line to engage with stakeholders. He noted that key economic indices often cited by shipping companies such as diesel, premium motor spirits, and foreign exchange have largely stabilized over the past 18 months. Meanwhile, attempts to get the company to respond were unsuccessful as calls placed to the phone number obtained via its official website were not answered, and the email sent had not been responded to as of the time of filing this report. And to wrap up the business news hour, Nigeria's private sector ended 2025 on a solid footing as stronger customer demand supported continued growth in business activity and pushed the Stanbic IBTC Bank Nigerian Purchasing Managers Index to 53.5% in December 2025. And this was disclosed in the latest PMI report released by the bank, which is compiled by S&P Global from responses to questionnaires sent to purchasing managers in a panel of around 400 private sector companies. The PMI reading of 53.5 in December was broadly unchanged from November's 53.6, signaling a sustained improvement in operating conditions for the 13th consecutive month. Stronger demand drove high new orders, output, and purchasing activity, while employment rose only marginally and inflationary pressures edged up slightly but remained close to recent lows. The report indicated that growth in December emanated from improved customer demand, which supported a marked monthly increase in the new orders. The rise in sales was the 14th in as many months and only slightly weaker than in November. The report stated stronger customer demand also encouraged firms to expand their purchasing activity and inventory holdings. Employment was also up, but only marginally and at the slowest pace since June 2025. And for the second month running, companies noted a slight rise in backlogs of work. Delays in completing projects were reportedly caused by material shortages and power supply issues, while overall input prices increased sharply in December from the near 5-year low recorded in November. The rate of inflation remained weaker from the 2025 average. Selling prices also increased, with most significant rise seen in the manufacturing sector. The pickup in inflationary pressures may be linked to higher spending during the festive period. And this is the much we can take on the Business News Hour. My name is Norma Ubona. Thank you for joining us and stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the
Welcome to Startup Spotlight,
This is the show where we uncover real stories behind some of Nigerians' most inspiring entrepreneurs, the visionaries who turn small beginnings into global impact. Today's guest is a true definition of resilience, of grace, and purpose. From selling moi moi on the street of Lagos to speaking at the White House, her story has inspired countless women and entrepreneurs across the world. She is the founder and CEO of No Leftovers Nigerian Limited, a thriving catering enterprise that started with just 1,000 naira. My name is Glory Brown, and this amazing personality I just introduced is Ayodeji May Dupe. Welcome to Saddle Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
But before I start with bombarding you with a lot of questions, you look so amazing. You're looking so fine.
Thank you. You too. You look great
you so
yourself.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me start by saying your story is really inspiring. You started with selling momo on the streets. What was going through your mind the first day you started selling on the streets of Lagos? I really don't know.
Oh, thank you once again for having me, Glory.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I'm really delighted to be here. And it's amazing. Guess what? It's been 18 years. 18 years of running my business. And I started when I was going to be 40, 18 years ago.
Wow.
So it's truly been a journey of resilience. I'd worked as a secretary for 20 years and I was exhausted. I just wanted something different. And I had a lot of odds stacked against me. There were voices in my head telling me that you better stay where you are because you have no other option. But I was tired and I knew that I would continue getting the same results except I do something different. I didn't have a university degree at that time. So there were a lot of things haunting me and making it look like I could never become anything other than what I was doing. But then I began to remember the dreams I had as a child.
Oh my God.
I remember myself standing in front of large audiences and then just speaking. And I thought, how would I get there? But then I said to myself, you know what, let me start from whatever is within my control. I resigned from where I was working. I was working as a secretary in Corona School, Ikoyi. I resigned from there, really not knowing what to do. But then I thought to myself, okay, my father has a small place I can start a daycare center in. And so I said, okay, having resigned from Corona, I will go for a Montessori training. And I went for that Montessori training and the passion to do that just died. And so I began to take home lessons from house to house. And then it got to a point that all the children were on holiday and I was left with nothing. My husband and I were totally broke. Then we had 2 children. We still have 2 children, by the way. They were very young. And then I asked my husband for money to buy food because there was no food in the house. And my husband gave me 1,000 naira. I'm like, 1,000 naira? What is this going to buy? But, that morning I was just, when you say you were led,
yeah.
I was led to make moi moi. I went to the market, bought beans, and I made moi moi. And my sister-in-law paid me a visit that evening. And she tasted the moi moi and she said, my goodness,
yummy.
She loved it. And when she ate the first wrap, she offered to give me money to make for her the next day. And that was how the business started. I made for her the next day. Her friend tasted it. Her friend wanted. She sent another 1,000 naira to me. And everybody that tasted and asked me where I bought the moi moi from, I simply told them that the maker of this moi moi is sitting right in front of you. And I said, give me 1,000 naira and I will make for you. That is how the story started.
What an inspiring story.
Thank you.
It's an amazing story, sincerely speaking.
Thank you.
And I must commend that you took the courage to start selling moi moi with just that 1,000 naira, which not everybody would want to do that. Did you ever imagine that your humble beginnings selling moi moi would take you this far?
Not in my wildest dream, because the process has been truly amazing. Even when I sit back and think of how God has done it for me, I'm still in awe. From the point of selling moi moi to my close community, and I began to wonder, how do I take it to the next level? And I said, okay, I need a larger close community. And of course I remember that the next close community that I have are the people that I worked with in Corona, a large community, parents and teachers. And so I took my mind to Corona Gate and I began to literally hawk. Yes, I began to shout, moi moi for sale, moi moi for sale, buy this moi moi, your life will not remain the same again. It was hilarious. A lot of people laughed, but the truth was that they were buying. And that was what I wanted. Absolutely. So it was from there, I met somebody who offered me, we engaged in a conversation and she asked if I could cater for her company. And I said yes. So that took me off this. I was at the gates of Corona for 3 months. And so when I met this person, the person offered me an opportunity to cater for her oil service company that had 100 staff.
Wow.
I catered for that company for 3 years. I bought my first car. And then I got an opportunity to go back to school.
Wow.
Through the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Initiative, I saw the opportunity in the newspaper, that they were coming into Nigeria to invest in women who were running businesses but didn't have business skills. And so I applied for the program. It was a 6-month program. And when we finished, we all came out, quite a few of us came out to share our stories. And I shared my story of how I started, and they were really, really excited at my resilience. And they said to me, can we come to your office? And I said to them, I don't have an office. I do all of this from my home. And they offered to come to my house. I was living in Palm Grove then. It wasn't anything that anybody would desire that, or would expect that, any attention like that would attract. But they came. And when they saw my processes, guess what? They said, how about coming to America to share your story? Oh my God. That's how, after the time they came to the house, they left for America. They wanted to let their stakeholders know how the project was affecting women positively, especially in Nigeria. So they took me to America and I shared my story. And it's been from one country to the other. And the business is growing. My family is enjoying the benefits.
Everything you just
and
doing.
Women are inspired.
I know when you started, it wasn't as easy, like you just saying it now and all that. What were the challenges when you started doing this business, and how were you able to overcome some of the challenges you met from the start?
You can say that again. It certainly wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But one thing I must mention at this point is the encouragement I received from my husband. Oh. Having a strong support system is priceless. My husband was by me, encouraging me all the way. There were times I wouldn't sell. You can't keep moi moi overnight and sell, and then we'll have to eat nothing but moi moi in the house, but somehow I found faith. The fact that I could see my 1,000 naira become 5,000 naira, my 5,000 naira become 10,000 naira.
Motivation for you
was
to keep going.
Such a huge motivation. And I continued to believe. So one thing I needed to do, that God helped me to do, honestly, was to believe in myself. Because I realized that over the years I had discountenanced myself because of the things I'd gone through. I'd gone through bullying, I'd gone through abuse, I'd gone through a lot of intimidation. I had to shut those voices down and say to myself every day, like I will wake up every morning and say, Ayo, you can do this. Ayo, you are everything that God needs you to be. And for you to be the next version of yourself, you need to step out courageously. And every day, even the times I didn't sell, I would still get up. I would go there again. But I was surrounded by encouragers. I separated myself. Apart from my husband, I had a close circle of friends, family that were encouraging me. There were some that discouraged me, actually. I remember me going to somebody and she said, oh, really? Of all things? Moi, moi. So I just cut them off. And from selling moi and traveling, I got into the Manchester Business School and paid for the Manchester Business School with moi moi money. I emphasize it, that it was with moi moi money that I went to the Manchester Business School. And I'm so grateful to God, because now my profile has changed, moved beyond selling moi moi to being a change agent. I have an initiative, the AMI Inspires Foundation. We've just opened a wellness center. The opening is going to be in a few weeks, actually, but we're putting everything together. A place where women can relax, a place where women can find a sense of identity, and we nurture you spirit, soul, and body. So you come there. We have a restaurant. So you eat no leftovers moi moi, you eat our jollof rice, you eat our amala, and then your soul is nourished. We encourage you. We have different programs we package for women, and we also pray with you. And so it's holistic in nature. And also that we attend to the family. We have programs where we attend to girls. We design programs for girls, for for teenage boys, and it's a whole lot. We go out to places, we go out to the streets, we empower women in business, give them seed capital. I am so fulfilled.
Yeah.
And I see myself now, I'm like living my dreams, like standing in front of audiences and really doing what I dreamt of. And I'm like, this is what pushes me to do what I do now. I tell women that, you know what, let go of the past. Yes, there's been drama. There's nothing you can do about the past. The past is gone. And so I'm out there telling women, just believe in yourself. Look inwards. You cannot move from point A to point B until you use what you have in point A. Nobody is without anything.
Yeah.
There's something in you. Use what you want, use what you have to get you to the next point. And when you get to the next point, you'll be amazed at what you will see. Because you never will see what is possible in the next point until you move from where you are. And so that's the journey.
Having you on Startup Spotlight today is amazing, because it feels like we're spotlighting you, and also you're giving us motivational speeches.
I am really grateful.
Yeah. So let's talk about leftovers.
No leftovers.
No leftovers. Thank you for the correction. What inspired that name, No Leftovers? The first time I heard the CEO of No Leftover will be coming on Startup, I'm like, No Leftover, what inspired the name? What's the story behind the name No Leftover?
I remember when we started and we didn't have a name, no bank accounts, nothing. And I began to ask myself, so what do we call ourselves? And I was hungry for patronage. I was looking for how I could deliver that message of, when you eat anything that comes out of this kitchen, you will totally finish it. So in Yoruba, I'm a Yoruba girl.
Yeah.
In Yoruba, we say kusajeku. That
What
means
does it
that
mean?
you will finish everything, no leftovers. So that's how the name came. I said, if I call it Kosajeku, I'm going to cut off the Igbo speaking people. I'm going to cut off the Hausa speaking people. It has to be English. And that's how we came up with No Leftovers.
You know, we have founders and starters that are looking forward to going into businesses, but they have fears in their heart. What was the biggest fear you had when starting off, and how did you overcome it?
Certainly the biggest fear was failure. Failure, and then what will people say?
Yeah.
And then to take risks, because to have gotten here, I've taken a lot of risks. But you know what? I keep remembering that I didn't bring myself here.
Yeah.
So I keep leaning back on what brought me here. First thing that brought me here is God. Next thing that brought me here is courage and belief in myself. And so with that, I keep encouraging myself every time. Just keep going. So I'm telling men and women, whether young or old out there, believe in yourself. Have faith. I keep saying that. You know what you call the marketplace? In the marketplace, there are altars. You know what altars are? Places of power.
Yeah.
So you must have your own source of power. Whatever your source of power is, hold on to that source of power and believe in yourself and keep going. What is there to be afraid of? You never know what you will be able to achieve if you don't take the first step. So that's what I tell myself every day. And very importantly, surround yourself with the right company. It's important. Don't surround yourself with people, with naysayers, people who will say you can't do it. Surround yourself with people who believe in you. Surround yourself with people who have gone ahead of you and have made a success of what they're doing, because that's what will inspire you. If you can see that somebody can do it, then you will look at yourself and now you're like, of course I can too. And then keep going.
Yeah, looking at your story, you scaled up real fast, and I like the fact that you had a God factor behind it. You had support all around you that helped you scale up that fast. But we have a lot of people that have started doing businesses, but they can't scale up that fast. They are stuck, they are struggling, they're adapting themselves. Are you sure this business is really for me? What was the key strategy that made your hustle different from the rest?
Number one, I don't have a hustle. Because when I hear hustle, it's like you're struggling and struggling and struggling. And then when you say fast, 18 years is not a short one.
Yeah.
That's the truth. But you know, before this 18 years of business, remember that it's been almost 40 years of journeying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been almost
Working
40 years
different
of
places, trying this, trying that.
Yes. All the knowledge I gained, all the information, all the experiences accumulated into me being able to be here and move on. So you see, no matter what it is that you're doing, even if you don't enjoy it, you have to make a conscious effort to learn. Even if you know that that's not the ultimate, do not despise where you are. I love, there's a Bible scripture that says, do not despise the days of small beginnings. I love that. So whether you feel it is good or bad, enjoy it and keep learning. Failure is not failure until you actually give up and say there is no way out.
Yeah.
But you must believe in yourself. And so whatever the duration is, because nobody knows how long it will take for you to scale in a business.
Yeah.
You just have to keep putting the right processes in place and do what you know how to do best and trust God. That's why I talk about altars. Trust God to keep taking you to the next level and to the next level. Don't shut down. Never come to a point where you feel you know it all. Try to see if you can go into collaborations and partnerships. There are tons of things you can learn from people. Do not bench yourself. Don't think you're too young. Don't think you're too old. And don't think that there are only a group of people you can learn from. You can learn from the young, you can learn from the old, you can learn from men, you can learn from women. The world offers us a wealth of knowledge and experiences that we can leverage on. So make the best use of your community.
You went from selling on the street of Lagos to speaking at the White House. How did that moment made you feel? Like that moment where you were standing, giving your speech, how did you feel?
Unforgettable. So apart from the White House, it's been a lot of international stages and a lot of global stages. How did it make me feel? When I started, the first meeting I went for in the US gave me another experience, an experience I had never imagined. I'd had dreams, but this was beyond my dream or the dreams I had had. And so every opportunity that came my way, I held on to those opportunities and gave those opportunities my best. When it was time to go to the White House, it's interesting. You know what qualified me? You know what qualified me for the White House? It was time that I felt I needed to take a step of faith to expand my business. And I thought it was time to open another branch, and I didn't have money. And I had been going to seminars and all of that. My accounts was well kept and all of that. Okay, so we can go to the bank. And I went to the bank feeling that I'd done well, only for the bank to say no to me, that I didn't have the right collateral for me to get the facility. And so I just went back, and guess what? I got a letter. I got an email. No, not an email. A phone call from Goldman Sachs saying, "Oh, Ayo, have you been able to access loan or capital or additional capital for your business?" And I said no. And they said, "Oh, haven't you tried?" I said, "I've tried." But the bank said no to me. And you know what happened? What happened was that I now was told that it was International Women's Day, and the White House was looking for 3 women who would be able to come to showcase their businesses and their stories. They had found 2 women, but they needed 1 more
to make it 3.
And the criteria for that one was that she must have gone to the bank, and the bank had refused her. Yes,
like they were just talking to you. Yes. Like that was a situation.
It was tailored
right there
for
and there,
me. And that's where the faith fact of my journey cannot be underestimated.
Yeah.
I cannot be silent over the faith fact of my journey. And that's why I always say that have your faith intact and trust in the God of your faith. And so how did it make me feel? It made me feel like I could conquer the world. It made me feel audacious and believe in myself even much more. And I must tell you that even after that and all the other experiences I've had going from one country to the other, there's been a lot of challenges. Oh, challenges will always come. Because I find out that some people who start well and now experience challenges become discouraged.
Yeah.
No. I believe in the God that brought me from where I was. And I know that he will keep taking me. And 18 years, it's been amazing. And I'm keeping on believing, and I continue to inspire and encourage other women that, you know what, don't be silent.
I'm talking about encouraging other women. You've been a voice for women empowerment globally. Why is this healing and identity process for women personal to you?
You know, I went through a lot growing up. I experienced abuse as a child. I was bullied. I was compared to my friends, my parents' friends. Like I said, all odds were stacked against me. But the moment I began to believe that I could do it was when my morning started, even though I was going to be 40. And so it's personal to me because I encounter a lot of women who have huge potential, who are strong, who are exceptionally brilliant, but have benched themselves because of bad experiences, bad marriages. You know, they've been jilted, they've been cheated in business. And I'm pained that if only you could let go of the past and just you have life. When there's life, there is hope. So it's personal to me, and so I want to go. That's why I want to go out there and let women know that no matter what it is that had happened, you can always start again. Pick up the pieces of your life. Reach into your inner self. Discover the strengths you have. Give it all it takes.
Yeah, before I move on back to the last question, you keep talking about you starting when you're getting close to 40. Man, you look 20s, Mama.
I'm blushing. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, your story from selling on the street of Lagos to the White House is really inspiring, and we have women out there who are stuck. They don't even know how to move over to the next phase. What's the one advice you can give to them right now?
One of the things I say that is very important is your circle, your community. Don't stay in a place where you're constantly told you can't do it. Don't stay in a place where you're constantly told you're not good enough, because it will kill every potential in you. It will kill every talent and ability in you. It will blind you from seeing possibilities out of the hole that you are in. So start by looking or identifying a place where you can be nurtured, where you can be strengthened, where you can be encouraged. You know, because the life of a woman is beyond herself. I know the impact this development and this transformation has had in my home, my marriage, in the lives of my children. So, and I hear them. Each time we talk, Mom, thank you. Thank you for taking that step. What if I had been silent? You see, a lot of children are going through trauma because of things beyond their control.
Yeah.
But if the mother, and I'm sorry, I might be biased as a woman, but honestly, the woman has so much strength. If she can just rise, pull her children out of that rut, and keep going, she'll be amazed at what will become of her.
It's been an incredible and soul-stirring conversation. Thank you so much for coming to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What an incredible and soul-stirring conversation we've had with Ayodeji Megbupe, a woman who reminds us that purpose can be born out of the most unlikely place. From selling more on the streets of Lagos to speaking at the White House, our journey shows when faith, hard work, and vision meet, nothing is impossible. To every dreamer watching this, your background is not a barrier, it's a foundation for something greater. Start where you are. Use what you have and believe that you can grow beyond your imagination. My name is Larry Brown, and it's been another inspiring edition of the Startup Spotlight. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us across all social media platforms at Business Day Television. For more powerful stories shaping Nigeria, keep watching Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it, People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. And today we have somebody who is not just, the epitome when it comes to, real estate, but he's somebody who, when I see him, I'm starstruck. I told him I'm starstruck and he's like, okay. But seriously, when you meet him, you understand what I mean. So please don't go anywhere. Just stay tuned as we're about to jump in. How has, growing up in Nigeria, working in Europe and in America, how has it shaped you as a leader? What are the things you've learned growing up in this environment that helped shape you as a leader?
So yeah, great question. But you made an assumption that I'm already a leader. But, I believe leadership is a journey, and I'm at some point in that journey. You never really know where you are in the journey until you're either exiting or entering that journey. But I have, as you rightly point out, had the privilege of working in 4 continents actually. I've worked in Asia, I've worked in Europe, I've worked in America, and obviously our beloved Africa. And one thing that it has taught me tolerance, it has taught me adaptability, it has taught me that there are a lot of differences in the world, right? And the differences between people, between businesses, between culture, languages, currency, and something that works in one place may not work in another, right? And something that doesn't work in a place may work fantastically in others. So one has to, one has to figure out where they are, who they're dealing with, and adapt whoever you are and what you're doing to those guidelines. Yes, so that has helped me just deal with different people of different sorts and different types and different places.
So when you look at your current chapter with Landmark, where I look at your investments like Nikkei Lake, for example, Nikkei Lake Resort, what crossroads are you in now, professionally or personally? And when you look at all these things, what crossroads do you think you are at this point?
Yeah, another interesting question. I suppose, I like to talk about journeys. Yes. Because a lot of people talk about things in absolute. When you're having a bad time, you're feeling very bad, and when you're having a good time, you're feeling elated. But I'm not like that. I believe everything's a journey. The good will follow the bad, and the bad will follow the good. You need to be ready to respond to both. What do they say? There's no such thing as bad weather, just inappropriate clothing. Yeah. So where am I now? I think in my 27-year journey in Landmark, every week, every month, every year has been a crossroad. We're continuously reinventing, we're continuously responding to what happens outside. You mentioned Nikkei Lake, so Nikkei Lake is one of a number of tourist attractions that we want to build across the West African coastline. It's a tremendous opportunity for us, and even though it's tough, we're exploring it with a lot of motivation and a lot of brightness. So it's another step in that journey.
Can you describe a moment when everything almost collapsed, whether financially or operationally, and what specifically helped pull you and Landmark through?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Because in this journey there have been many moments, by the way. Many.
Which one, comes to mind? I know, of course, there are many, but there's one that when you think about it, that one, makes you like, okay,
I know you're going to push me, but let me sort of briefly touch on 3 or 4 that arouse my thoughts. So one was when I started Landmark. Obviously, I raised a lot of money from friends, family, and a lot of angels, by the way, and got in. It was in London. I got this office, hired people, started marketing and advertising, and then started sort of reshaping the business to fit what I was seeing from the potential clients, and it was very tough. And I'd come out from an extremely rewarding job. I was highly paid at the time, and I really enjoyed the job. So that was tough. I almost turned back. And so one thing it taught me is, don't start if you don't have the commitment and the conviction. And then what will help you continue is the consistency. So that was a very tough moment. So I could think of that. The second one happened in 2001, when we moved from Europe to America, and the World Trade Center disaster, September 11th. So that was a moment where lives were lost, my business was disrupted, and there was no compensation of any sort. So I thought at the time, look, I could do one or two things. I could go back and get a job, but we decided to continue. So I made that move to Africa on the back of that. That's when we came. It took me 3 years to recover. Came into Africa in 2004. We set up more or less simultaneously in Lagos for the west, Nairobi for the east, Joburg for the south, and Cairo for the north, and then started infilling. The next time came in 2011 during the Libyan crisis. We just opened an office there for 2 multinationals, and we had taken a long lease on an old American embassy. When the war came, the embassy was bombed, and what was no longer the embassy but our office. We lost €7.5 million in that disaster, and we had borrowed to build that building. Again, that was a turning point. I thought, this is a time one could quit, right? And then I suppose most recently, was probably most publicly played out, is what happened with the infrastructure challenge with the coastal road on our beachfront. That was a tough one. It was a tough one for many reasons. The first is, a dream that we had progressed over the best of 18 years. Employed 3,500 to 4,000 people, and welcoming visitors from all over the world. So that was tough. But one thing I've learned in life is you can't change the cards you're dealt. You can only change the hand you play. Right? So you've got to roll with these unexpected events, and you've got to take them for what they are. It's life, right? No bitterness, no worry. Remain frightened and afraid. That's okay. It's okay to have feelings, but use that energy to create something bigger and better. So every time we've had these challenges, we've moved on. So those are the sort of 4 that come to mind. I'm sure there are many more, but if you asked me to pick one, I suppose the one I would pick would be the one at the beginning. Is when you just start a business.
When you just start a business.
It's the toughest time.
I think for me, when you just start a business, everybody has their own stories of the difficulties and the challenges. Speaking of all of that, was there ever a moment when you seriously considered walking away? What made you stay?
Yeah, so these 4 moments I just described, I considered walking away on all four, without a doubt. And there are many days I wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm done. I'm not doing this for money, right? So it happens a lot. But what keeps you going, is just the promises, the hopes and aspirations of other people. Yeah. So the people you employ, the clients that come to you, the supply chain, the people who've played a big part in your life, right? Whether in business or in leisure, my family. So you do those things, and when you get to my age, right? You do things not necessarily for yourself. You do things for others. So what's kept me going is just the desire and the zeal to continue changing lives. Yeah.
I think for me that is what's the point of being a human being if what you're doing is not changing lives or impacting others. I think that's key.
No, absolutely. And everybody who's coming to the end of their life, the biggest things that they would think they've achieved is the impact on others. And, nobody says, I wish I bought a Rolls Royce, right? Right? Or I wish I had a bigger house. Yeah, you always think about what impact have you had on others.
Okay, so what's a belief you once held about business expansion or leadership that no longer serves you today?
Yeah, another really great question. So, the biggest belief I had, in life, when you're running a business, it's all about the people that you get, right, to work with you, because that's what changes businesses. You get good people, you have a great business. You get bad people, your business will never do well. It's really as simple as that, right? You can turn bad people into good, and good people do become bad, and that's what you do when they're there. But the big belief I had before was, if you hire people who on paper have the experience and the qualifications, they will come in and they will do the job they're paid to do and leave, right? And you will progress. So you design all these job descriptions, you have your strategy, you bring people in, you interview them. Over time, that belief just went away, right? You need to hire people who have talent, who have personality, who have conviction, who think like you, who have ethical and moral standards like you, and the rest you can teach. And those people will make you great. So I now focus not on experience or knowledge. I focus on personality. You get the right people, you can make ordinary people do absolutely extraordinary things. Yeah,
that's amazing. You've built across several continents and raised over $100 million. How did you adapt Landmark strategy to survive Nigeria's economic downturn, currency swings, or policy instability?
So, I've talked about journeys,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And this business is a journey.
Sure.
And you're going to go through tough times and you're going to go through good times. And there's that transition between the tough and the good and the good and the tough, right?
Sure.
And when you go through that transition, you have to understand and see. If I had a crystal ball, the one thing I would want to know is what's going to happen tomorrow, right? And then you'll always be successful. But one thing, we talked about you can change your hand you play, you can only change your cards if you're dealt. As long as you maintain that philosophy that the business terrain will continue to change, then you adapt to that. You adapt to that change. So I think when we talk about Nigeria's tough economic times, businesses have made a lot of money this time.
Very true.
They made a lot of impact, a lot of progress, and many have collapsed. We've seen a lot of foreign businesses literally just run away, right? And maybe not as many, but a few are coming in. So one has to figure out what is a tough time. I suppose the last 5 years has been very tough. So many unexpected things. You know what they say? There are no roses without thorns, right? So we had COVID in 2021, and that was a tough time, very unexpected. That's a black swan event. We had the foreign currency melee. It's just crazy. We borrowed $20 million 9 years ago. It was 3 billion naira at the time.
Well, now it's small.
Now, as you can imagine, with the interest, it's 60 billion naira, right? You're paying it back from the same pot, right? From the same business. So these are tough times. Then there are things that happen either from a customer base or a regulatory base that change how you can run your business, right? And we've witnessed that several times. There are laws that change, and there are people that change, even within the business that you employ. So you have to adapt to those things. You have to be ready for those changes. They're going to always happen. The ones you know about and the ones you don't know about. And that's what we've done, and that's why a business is a journey. We've celebrated the times that it's worked for us, and we've mourned the times it hasn't. But we continue to be here, and long may that continue.
Amen. So when the numbers look shaky or investors get nervous, how do you balance being the visionary with being the realist?
Yeah, really, really good question. So, I'm a big believer in numbers, by the way. If you can't count it, it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Yeah. So I always try to be realistic. When I do plans and I think of things, I look at what's the worst case scenario, what's the best case scenario, and what's the ideal scenario, right? And I measure, and I think if my ideal scenario is cruising towards the best case scenario, I go for it. If it's cruising in the wrong direction to the worst case scenario, I rethink it. And as long as you have a belief in what you're doing is right, and you have that ability to change and adapt, that's a message you have to share with your stakeholders. And your investors are one of your stakeholders. If you do well, they do well. If you do badly, they do badly, right? Same thing with your staff. Same thing with your clients. So that message, I believe in full transparency. There are two words I use in my business a lot: transparency and authenticity. Yeah, you've got to be transparent and show people what you're doing. And you've got to be authentic. This is who you are, and this is what you want to be, and this is how you're going to get there. So it's a message I share all the time. 90% of times it works. There's an odd time you have cynics in front of you, and it is what it is. So sometimes you say time will tell.
Time will tell, but I don't know if that works all the time.
No, it doesn't. And you can be wrong, right? And it's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to fail, as long as you know how to bounce up and start again. You don't assume that every strategy you choose and every decision you take will be the right one.
No. Don't assume.
No, yeah. You got to just hope you get more right than wrong.
Right, you hope you're right than wrong.
Yeah.
So if fear wasn't a factor, political, financial, or reputational, what bold business move would you make?
Well, I want to be clear here. fear is always a factor.
Okay, so now we are saying if fear wasn't a factor, if you remove fear, and you are allowed to do, what bold business move will you make if fear was no longer a factor? So this is an assumption.
Yeah, I understand, and the reason why I said, look, fear is always a factor, but it doesn't really matter, because there's some people who avoid fear or pretend they don't have it, and there's some people who manage it, and there's some people who just run through it. Fear is not something that should stop you from doing anything.
No.
Shouldn't even moderate your behavior.
No.
So I've made it clear, I'm always afraid. I'm afraid when I get up in the morning and when I'm going to bed. I'm afraid the business will work and it will fail. I'm afraid that the people will do what they're meant to do or they won't do. I'm always afraid, but it doesn't moderate what I do, right? I keep that fear at the back of the mind. I bottle it, I pack it up, and I figure out what's the best for the business. What are the bold moves we're going to make? And, so I say all that, because hand on heart, I am doing what I would do with or without fear. With the things that have happened to us, I've said to myself, look, I'm afraid it will happen again, but what do I do? Stop? Not do anything? No, absolutely. You've got to just keep on going, right? So what bold moves would I do? The same thing I'm doing now, which is literally looking to expand what I feel are the best parts of our business, the hospitality, the tourism, the entertainment business across the West African seaboard. And it's tough. We've been in Europe, we've been in America, we've been in Africa. We contracted. I sold my entire Africa business to concentrate on this business here in Lagos, right? And after that partial destruction, I've had to re-evaluate and say, what do I do now, right? So I'm living my dream, by the way. I'm happy with what I do. I'm happy with the experiences I've had. I have no bitterness and no overjoys. And I hope at the end of this journey, I can look back and say, you know what, we had a great time. Yeah.
Okay, so if the next 5 years of your life were written as a chapter titled Legacy, what would the story be about?
So I'll say 3 things.
Okay.
One is dare to dream. One thing I've done in my life is I've dared to dream, and I've had the conviction to execute those dreams. I'm happy to fail and try again, and I'm pleased when I succeed, and I analyze what went right. The second thing I would say is excellence.
Excellent.
Excellence is a scarce currency in this part of the world, right? There's not a lot of competition, not a lot of people do it, and when you do it, there's a premium for it. It's a currency. So I would like to be believed or seen or known as someone who has pursued excellence in every facet of what I've done. You don't always get there, but you aim for it. The third thing is resilience, right? And resilience is all about adaptability. You have to acknowledge that you're never in control of all the cards. You're not in control of everything you do. So there will be the unexpected that will happen. There will be the good and the bad that will come. Resilience is all about adapting to that and saying, you know what, despite the successes or failures, I'm going to continue, right? I'm going to believe in it. The one thing without conviction you'll never start, without consistency you'll never finish. I remember reading something Michael Jordan said, and Michael Jordan, probably the most famous basketballer on planet Earth, right? He was thrown out of his high school basketball team for not just being good enough. And he practiced and practiced and practiced. And he said, I have played 1,800 games. I have lost 300 games. I have had 26 times the opportunity to play the match-winning shot and failed. I have failed over and over and over again, but that's why I'm a success today, right? And there's just so many stories of resilience. And I think it's so important to dream, to be excellent, but very important to be resilient.
That's what this podcast is about. It's about speaking to business people who are resilient, who, despite economic challenges, they are able to.
And you've chosen me?
Well, we have like a list of business people, but you're one person that, for me, I've seen some of the things you're talking about, the whole Calabar Highway. I've listened to some of your interviews and everything. So I know to an extent that you're somebody who has been through a lot. Some of the stories I've not heard before until now. Some I've heard maybe in passing when you've spoken somewhere. And then, of course, I've watched a brief documentary where they're talking about you and your business and all of that. So I know you're one person who has somehow made you through, every, circumstance, situation you've been able to scale. So that's wonderful. So on a lighter note, I know we've been going hard and all of that, but on a lighter note, what's the one talent that you have that you've not really, because of how busy you are, you've not really like brought it out for the world to say, oh, I'm good at playing something as silly as playing cards, or something as interesting as playing golf or polo or something, or something interesting that you do, talent that you have that you don't really talk about, nobody has. Like when you say it, they're like, okay, we didn't know you. How can I say?
Interesting, So, look, I'm a sports person, right? So I enjoy a lot of sports. I play and watch and immerse myself. Athletics, football, tennis, boxing. I do a lot, right? And over time, I've done a lot of this for over a period of time. But I wouldn't say I'm talented in any of them. I'm an architect by training, so I have some ability to draw and imagine and create. But I wouldn't say I'm really that talented. There are just so many people better than me. And I talk a lot about superpowers, and I say most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful. True. But very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and so you ignore what, so when you see musicians and artists and sports people who have found their superpowers at a very young age, that's why they're successful. I've gone through this entire journey of looking for my superpower and I can't find it, right? But if I was to think of a thing that I would call my talent or close to my superpower, and I would say that I feel I have a good gut, and I can see things coming. It sounds a bit mystic, right? But I usually, when people are talking to me, I sort of suss out very easily if there's an opportunity or a threat, right? I see things coming, but I also, I have certain principles, right? And these principles are habits, and those habits, I've explored them at least in the last 30 years of my life. And there are three things. One is networking. I network relentlessly, right? I believe that a lot of good things that have happened to me have come from the strength of weak ties, by going to places I wouldn't have been to and by talking to people I would never have met. So call it a talent or not, but I think I've gained a lot from it. The second thing is I explore my surface area for luck. So I expand that surface area for luck. And people say, luck is by chance. This defies the notion luck is by chance, by the way. I think the harder I work, the luckier I get. So I make sure that I put myself in a position where luck can manifest itself. So just understanding that, I would say it's a talent, but I'm talking about myself, so I couldn't say it. And the third thing, I've already mentioned it, is I think I have a good instinct for numbers. I strongly believe if you can't count it, it doesn't count, right? And I have so many stories about numbers, and different people who have been incredibly successful in the world who have had that talent for numbers. And I would like, even if it's not my talent, I'd like it to be one of my talents. But yeah, so those three things are things that I've cultivated over time.
I think at this point we will wind up and round up. So this question I'd ask my last question for this podcast. So the question is, what's the one thing you wish someone had told you when you started building Landmark that might have saved you years of trial and error?
The fact that you think something is successful, the fact that it's going to be successful, the fact that you think that something is unique, the fact that you think it's a good idea, doesn't mean everybody thinks it is, right? And you're not selling to yourself. So the one thing that it would have taken me a lot shorter time to get to where we are is if you had said to me, don't sell what you can't buy, right? So the minute you believe in that, you make less mistakes in terms of marketing, molding your product, and selling that product. You do the things that the people want, because the market will teach you a lesson, and it has taught us lessons every time, all the time, right? So listen to the market, listen to the other people, and not just yourself, and just make sure that whatever you produce in life, right, you could buy it yourself.
And that is a good way to wrap this up with a lesson on people who are interested in real estate or just business generally. From what you've said now, people can actually learn a lot, and I think for me that is the focus. For me, becoming a journalist was about helping people make informed decisions. So when we talk to people like yourself who have these experiences, we help share the knowledge with others who might not easily have access to you, but can learn a lot from it. I think for me, I think I count myself as privileged to even be sitting next to you. So it's great. So on that note, thank you for coming on this episode. I'm hoping that we'll, have other things that we'll do together, with Landmark, and see how we can help push this dream even further. On that note, we come to the end of Triumph Against Odds. I'm your host, as always, Obiniko Kafo, and like we say here, keep being resilient, never give up. Thank you.
BusinessDay Television.
I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind.
Somebody will eat first before changing phone.
This is Market Pulse, your window into price trends and, of course, realities of the Nigerians. On this episode of Market Pulse, we fix our gaze on the gadget industry, from phones to laptops, digital devices and accessories. Join us as we go to survey the bustling Ikeja computer village in Lagos, Nigeria. The market is bubbling, bursting with life, but behind this hustle lies a very dull ache.
When they die early, it's like all the beach.
Behind the noise are vendors dealing with the ache of the economy, but still striving hard. The evolution and dependence of technology and smartphones make them not just a luxury, but a lifeline essential in every sector. How do Nigerians cope when this supposed oxygen becomes too expensive to access? It seems like the demand remains strong even with the challenge of affordability. Customers are adapting and brand loyalty no longer exists, as there's only a pocket loyalty. The depth of your pocket is the determinant of your favorite gadget brand in the economy.
I've been in market over about 15 years now. The current challenges that we have experienced because of the situation of the exchange. Sometimes it goes up, it's come down. When you tell your customer this is the price, it look like maybe somebody's not a sincere person. That's why sometimes the market will not flow. It look like it does. Sometimes when you understand, the market will still be moving gradually. The step the federal government need to take is that they should try the possible best to make sure they the dollar rate is one place, not frustrating. When the dollar rate is still going up, coming down, people will be losing, people will be gaining.
Recently, we have seen a growing demand for UK, US, and foreign use gadgets, and it seems like it's here to stay considering our economic realities.
Like 25 years, last 2 years, things are more better because the way the business is moving is quite different than the way it's moving now. Due to economic situation in this country, customers are no more buying. For example, I have some company or some school where I normally supply systems, laptops that they are using. But if you go to that company today, they have restricted some of their staffs. Maybe the company that have like 15 staff, now you go there, you see 5. So they are selling some of their gadgets back to we that have sold to them like last year, last 2 years. The way customers are coming now is just, they are just like struggling. It's not flowing like now. Laptop, phones, laptop is not that trending like that because phone has taken some position of his place. So phone, let me just say for now, phone is trending. Then you now see like some of these gadgets they are using to do content creator. Instead of like buying a camera or buying a laptop, they will buy a bigger phone. For 11 Pro up to 16 Pro. For like laptop issue, Dell and HP is a name that, let me just say for Africa, the customers, they will always like that HP or Dell. I didn't import anymore. It was like 2 years ago because of the dollar, the clearing cost. So I buy from importers. Yes, some are over there. We talk to them, we call them, what they bring. They will not direct you where they drop it. I can't adjust more than the way I adjust because it will affect me too. It will affect me because, for example, now maybe in a situation whereby in a day you make like, let's say 300,000, for example, in time that things are going. Presently now, maybe in a day, in 3 weeks' time, you haven't made 300,000.
Even though the term used might seem unappealing to an outsider, this is now the pulse of the gadget industry. As we continue to find more second-hand goods in good condition, sometimes refurbished, the catch here is that these gadgets are significantly cheaper than newer ones. For many vendors and customers, it offers balance between affordability and quality.
I've been in this business for over 15 years. I did learn computer accessories, phone accessories, and gadgets. Talking about a shop depends on the size of the shop. So, well, if you want to stock up my shop, I think with 5 million, the shop was stocked up. 2 years ago, we were something like 10 million. It's double now. In a month, my business, I'm making about 300,000, 500,000 in a month. Now, I must be sincere with you. Now, sales has drastically dropped. You know, now if you make a month 200,000, you are trying. And once the person comes to your shop and a price you market, what's important is that stability in business matters a lot. Once you're stable in your price, and they need that this guy's price, and once it into the crisis, it increases. When they come there, they say a price is okay. There, make sure you don't over cost. You give minimum price. If he says he's not buying, you go to elsewhere and it's the same price. And something tells you that this guy is right. You go to 1, 2, 3 shops. You will come back. If it's your customer, you come back and give it to me. But when you now put it like 10,000, and go to the house and say I see 5,000, you know you are disappointed. I stopped importation when the dollar increment starts. So if you want to survive in business, when the dollar starts being unstable, you have to pause and be careful. So, but now that the dollar is a bit stable now, we went to resume again. Importers varies. They put that can't stop importing because they've started importing in millions and billions. So all they will do is to keep on importing. But we that are still at the verge of starting. If that kind of dollar issue come up, we have to pause. Go to days that have been in duty of importing and printing. If you want to die early, you fly all the goods. So you die. But every goods that you fly, there's a goods that rates you put it on ship. They come in 3 months time. You don't say that are light, anything like this, all these things, anything like all these things, earpod and all these ones. They can, all these ones, other that plate, like smartwatch, earbud, iPhone chargers, all these things are here. You can fly these ones.
This trend has become the heartbeat of the gadget industry, especially in markets in Nigeria, where brand new electronics are becoming increasingly out of reach for the man on the street.
Like more than 9 years, I sell mobile phone during the time of maybe, let me say, Buhari regime. Things are a little okay during that time. Even the dollar rate is okay during that time. But this period, also this is international business, so we always buy it in dollar. But this time around, because of more high of the things, so people are not demanding like before again. So the things is not moving again. So I bought from Dubai and we carry it in hand luggage. And when we reach at the airport, then they will clear it. Cannot tell you the amounts they used to clear it, but now things are high. There's no business anymore. There's no business. People are complaining that things are high. Somebody will eat first before changing phone. So it's not okay. In fact, that's what I can say. People are coming because when you sell better, maybe when the thing that you are selling is okay, you will have more customers. And business is when you are okay with what you are doing, when you are good with anything you are doing, so people will like to patronize you. If you are good, it's okay, but if you are not selling things that they don't like, they will complain. Like sometimes the fault will not from us, it will be from the factory. Sometimes you will buy phone like this, maybe sometimes the battery will not be complete like 100%. You understand? So they will complain why I bought this, is not charging very well, or maybe all this one. But that one is from factory, not us, because we bought it like that.
To crown this episode, let's give you a breakdown of the prices of gadgets, so the next time you head to the market, you are fully informed.
Keyboard for laptop Apple system is about 2 years ago, it's about 35. Now it's 6,000, 7,000. Travel stand 2 years ago, 2 years ago it started coming in vogue. So 2 years ago, it depends on the size of the chapel stand. See that my back at first stands. First stands start coming out early this year, not much of 2 years ago. On the kind of the phone stand, there's one of 2,000, one of 1,500, one of 3,000, one of, you see, according to the value of it or the quality of it. One of, let me say 1,500. One of 2,000. It's a plastic, but it's very good. Those people that sell phones use it to stand their phone. And those people that do online stuff like TikToks use it for the stand their phone. So the variant of 5,000, 4,000, looking like this. It's a more quality, it's iron. So it's more strong and it's like 260 degrees. So the area that the phone stand is, the more the quality, the more the price. I'm not over 50K. I don't know what to say. I know 54, it's okay, but I don't know, but even say phone sell by the gig and by the RAM. So if it's a 1 gig, 2 gig, I can see it at your mercy. So everybody go with phone that 8 gig, 12 gig RAM. So it's more, more the RAM is the speed. The more the RAM, the more the speed. So those ones are one of 50K, you can see, but you can see on Tokumbos. Phone that makes the market more that is, even say Nigeria is crazy about is iPhone and Samsung. You that the trend now. So do you go for iPhone? Is iPhone your phone that you can use now, sell now, buy now, sell now? You buy as if it's a hello. The Samsung also sells, but I'm telling you, iPhone and Samsung are the bomb. The iPhone is your god of all.
Of course, there is a phone 50K, but it's those used one like second hand.
Let me also like iPhone 11 Pro now, new one, you can see like 700,000-800,000. Why fully used, you can see like 350,000-400,000. It depends the gigabyte on it. Then iPhone 12, you can see 450, 500 for fully used. Y16 is 1 point something million. And you can see a cheapest laptop, like, let me just say dual core, 500, 4 gig RAM, you can see like 80,000. As for last 2 years, to clear 20 feet container, you have like 5.5 million. You can confidently clear 20 feet. But as present now, if you don't have up to 15 million naira, you can't clear 20 feet container.
That's it on today's episode of Market Pulse. Stay tuned for more as we bring you the heartbeat of market, one episode at a time.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good day, everyone. My name is Enyola Olatunji, and I'm a tax correspondent with Business Day. Today, we have our very first episode of the Tax Aid. So, the Tax Aid, I assume you are wondering what's that? The Tax Aid is a new product by Business Day, and in this product, we have a podcast, which, of course, you are seeing now. We also have newsletters, a column, and explainer videos where we'll be breaking down everything tax. We know that some new tax laws were passed in July 2025 this year, and they will be enacted. They will be enacted by January next year. But especially on this podcast, we're going to dissect everything tax, all of those questions that you have, all of those things you've been wondering, what does this mean? Everything from personal income tax to CGTs to tax on free trade zone areas. This is where we're going to be dealing with it, and it's not going to be complicated. It's going to be very easy. I have a co-host with me, and yeah,
Isn't it Unarom? Yes. So I'll be co-hosting with Eniola, and we have a very special guest today, Peter Warfare, tax partner at Fovis Mazars. You're welcome.
Welcome, Peter. Today we're going to be discussing personal income tax, and I especially picked it because I'm sure if you're online, you must have seen. I think that's one of the things that's even like caused one of the most upset. Initially, before the bill was passed, there was a lot of conversation around VAT, if they were going to increase it. Then even state allocations, that one, there was so much conversation. But now that the bills have been passed, the problem is personal income tax. But much like most of this week's CGT, we'll get to that in other episodes. But for personal income tax, everyone is thinking, it's my tax. Am I going to start paying more tax? Am I going to start to? Am I going to remit it to? Am I paying it directly? All of those things. So today we're just going to be doing a deep dive into all of those questions that people have. And first of all, I'd like you to just give a brief overview of what the new personal income tax is about.
All right. So thank you once again, Anila. So the personal income tax that we would have effective January 1, 2026 is something we have currently under the Personal Income Tax Act. However, by January 1, 2026, it would no longer be contained in that act. It would be part of other laws or part of other taxes that will be contained in the Nigeria Tax Act. Yeah, so personal income tax is just the tax that is administered on the income of individuals, partnerships, trustees, family estates. So basically, personal income tax deals with income earned by individuals and sole proprietors, joint ventures, business names, people that are not limited liability companies or PLCs.
One of the questions that I've seen people really ask is, because I learned this conversation, say people are like, they'll have access to your bank account. They just plenty, many misinformation. So how would the personal income tax be deducted going forward? And would it be directly from employers? Because that's even the question I was wondering. Are they going to say, is my employer going to be paying me my nets monthly? And then the government will now remove what my taxes from my account, or will my employer still be paying my payee directly to the government? How does it work?
So, but going straight to your question, personal income tax will still be administered the way it is. It has always going to be administered because we need to make that clarity. What has always been designated as income, more or less, would continue to be designated as an income. There are just a few additions like capital gains. Capital gains wasn't initially classified under personal income tax. It was under the Capital Gains Tax Act. But now capital gains has now been brought into, if you earn it as an individual, it becomes part of your total income. If you earn it as a company, it becomes part of your total income as a company. So for individuals, if you're an individual and you're an employee, that means you earn income, source of your income is from employment.
Yes.
Then that is going to be administered as it has always been. And how has it always been administered? The employer, your employer has a responsibility for charging the income, personal income tax, collecting that from your income and then remitting it on your behalf to the tax authority, relevant tax authority, which is actually the tax authority where you live, not where you work. So in the case of Lagos.
Oh.
So if you live in Lagos but you work in other states, you pay your personal income tax to
Lagos. Oh, that's good.
We'll talk about other things as we move on.
Oh yes, and I think it will take us to the next question because I saw somebody say somebody was like, oh, if I work in, like, okay, she's a business owner, so if she lives in Lagos and she works in, say, Ogun State, her business is in Ogun State, does she pay, like, who does she pay her personal income tax to? And also there was something that also struck me in that question was that it's, and I think you kind of touched on it, but I'd like to understand better. So say, for like the person I just said, she lives in Lagos, she's a business person, her business is in Ogun State, but who does she pay her personal income tax to? 1. 2, if it's a small business, is she paying company income tax? And if she's not paying company income tax, that means whatever she's trying to pay as tax will be gains she made from the business. That's my question. Like, did you understand what?
Yeah, I get your question. So you've asked 2 questions.
Yes, 2 questions.
But then I need to get clarity on the first one. Is she working in Lagos or is she working?
She lives in Lagos, but her business is in Ogun State.
And the business is her business.
It's her own business.
She's not an employee.
She's not an employee.
Okay. So if she lives in Lagos and her business is in Ogun State, we need to, out of the problems small businesses have is they do not structure their businesses appropriately. You need to, like I've said, your business is different from you. So we need to ask you, do you get paid by your business? Do you earn income from your business? If you do not earn income from if you earn income from your business, then your personal income tax will go to Lagos where you live.
Okay.
But if you do not earn income from your business, that means you have not structured to say, this is the books of, this is a book of my business. This is the income I earn. This is my salary. This is my director's allowances. Then what gets taxed is the profit of that business. And that profit of that business would be paid to where that business is, the registered addresses. So when incorporating that business, and where did you register the business? In Ogun State. Therefore, that business, personal income tax. Remember, I called it persons again because I assume it's not a limited liability company.
Again.
Goes to
Ogun State. Oh, that's...
So that is the person, if the person stays in Lagos, business is in Ogun State, both the business and the person will be paying that personal income tax. So wherever they are.
Yeah. Again, remember, in a case where the person earns salary from the business, that cost, the salary the person is paid by the business, is a deductible expense.
Yeah, okay.
So the business does not pay tax on the whole income. It pays tax on the chargeable profit. So we would have taken a lot of expenses only being incurred, even the payments in made to the owner for the proprietor or the employer, as the case may be.
Okay.
Yeah, what is left of it is subject to income tax contracts.
What if I win something? Because I saw somewhere that, both winning or anything, any award given to you will be taxed.
Yeah, when you win, so you worked for something. Section 28, about part 7. you would see further specific mention of what is income. So if you receive allowances, I want to imagine allowances are gifts, right? Gifts from your brother, from your mother, from this. These are not income. So they are not what you earn from employment. They are not what you earn from vocation. They are not what you earn from business. They are not what you earn from investment. So they are not benefits you get because you're working. So these are not income. So they do not fall under what is subject to income tax.
What if I win something? Because I saw somewhere that, both winning or anything, any award given to you will be taxed.
Yeah, when you win, so you've worked for something.
If I'm in an essay competition and let's say the prize money is £1 million or something, and I win that, would that be taxed?
You know that
You're not talking about essay competition.
even the tax president tax the tax Taiwo, he has grants for like writing now. So I want to know if I win that article, I'm going to pay tax off it.
You would pay tax.
Hey.
No, but you worked
That's
for it. Isn't that
interesting,
income you earn from doing a specific service? You perform the service to be paid for it.
It wasn't the service. It wasn't the service, but wow, I'm really enjoying this. It's really eye-opening. So what are some of the? I know, like I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of misconceptions outside. But what are some that you've heard and you're like, no, this is not it. This is not it. Some just to clear
About the new tax.
About yes, and especially like personal income tax.
One of the misconceptions I've heard, in fact, I've heard a lot, and now I get tired of trying to correct it. For example, if the money in your account, everything will be taxed. Any money in your account. In fact, if you receive, but the one I've heard is if you've received salary and you transfer it to another account, the government will tax it.
Wow.
I mean, it's funny. And then when you receive money from maybe your friends or your family members outside the country, that you'd pay tax on this money is not correct. So these are not. So we need to watch it and be conscious of what is defined as income in the concept of taxation. And there are a few other things, but that is how people do calculation. People do not consider the appropriate benefits because if, for instance, you're working for BusinessDay, and then because you work for BusinessDay decides to provide you a domestic help, a driver, or even gives you a car. It's easy for people to miss out some of these things as benefits they earn. But then benefits you have, they may not be cash, but they are benefits you get as a result of being an employee of a company, are considered as emolument or as income for the purpose of calculating income tax. But there are ways to do the calculation, by the way.
Okay. Like the rates now for personal income tax is progressive. So the more it's more like the more you earn, the more you pay, and then it's on 900K. It's about anything above 800 to 3 million is like 15%. Then 3 million to another range is 18%. And somebody was saying that it's likely like people within this bracket, the 15-18% pay less come the following year. Is that how it's likely to look like?
We have a progressive tax system when it comes to personal income tax, which is a lot more different when you talk about company income tax. So pay, that's why people call it, you usually hear people say, this is my payee.
Yes.
But payee is just the system. It's actually not the tax.
Oh,
so payee tax, it's actually payee tax, pay as you earn tax.
Okay.
Because in the concept of personal income tax, when it comes to employees, usually employees, which is the general one, the taxes paid by employees are seen as pay as you earn tax, so pay as you earn tax. But that's a subset of personal income tax, because even within personal income tax, you have the withholding tax, you have other things. So, but let me go straight to this. For PE, the rate has changed. Like you said, after you've declared your total income, the next is to move to the next level, which is deductions and reliefs. So some old deductions still stay. Reductions or reliefs, I rather call them reliefs. Deductions which you would find in Part 7. Deductions like if you're contributing to National Housing Fund, it would be deducted from your total income. If you've contributed personally to National Health Insurance Scheme, not if your company has contributed. if you have contributed, it's individuals' contribution, not companies' contribution.
But you take it out of my salary.
Usually, well, if they've taken it from your salary and they've declared that gross amount that contains it as your salary, then it will be backed out. But usually what companies do is they see it as their cost. So if you have an idea of your pay slip, you would not see that amount in your pay slip. You would probably see it in your employment letter, but you would not see it in your pay slip. So if it has not been included as part of your pay slip or your gross income, you cannot have it as a deduction because it's assumed that you did not contribute to NHIS. So other contributions like pension, all of that, once you take out those things, in the current tax law, I'm not talking about the one that will be effective next year, we had the CRA, Consolidated Relief Allowance, but now there is no CRA. The additional thing that has come in is rent relief.
Yeah.
So you take out rent relief and then you pass it in. If you ask me whether people who are between 15 and 18 pay more, I think it depends on the income, and that may not be enough to, it may not be enough for me to sit here and say this is who pays more. But if you earn more, you will slightly pay more at a level. If you earn more, you would astronomically pay more. And when we start getting 25%, the end of the band.
Yeah.
So for the informal sector now, can you walk us through how small businesses and people that basically work in the informal sector, how they're going to be taxed? Because there isn't, will I call it, a proper regulation around that? Like, how do you tax? Is everything just going to be okay? The amount that comes into your bank accounts and the government to just, or the tax agents rather would, just do their own calculation? Or how is it going to be done? How is it? Yeah.
What we have for now is the regulation, which is the framework, and which is usually the first step. The first step is to have a law so that when people do not comply, you tell them you've not complied with something.
Okay.
There's a legal maxim that says you cannot be an offender of a law that does not exist.
Okay.
So you have to have a law. That's the first thing a law does. The second thing a law does is not to check non-compliance, which should actually be the first thing it does, is to show people direction. This is what you should do. So we have a law that, like I said, for personal income tax, the important thing is if you're in the informal sector, wherever you are, when I was talking about the oil company, I said wherever you are, provided you earn an income that is taxable, you're not earning below the minimum wage, then you have to pay personal income tax if you are an individual. It doesn't matter that you are in the informal sector.
Okay.
But having said that, what the committee has done is to have a law. The next thing is, how do we make it work?
Okay.
We have people in the informal sector. It is a big headache. A lot of people are in the informal sector. I think the informal sector is driving the Nigeria economy. But how do we identify what is their income? Neither here nor there. So you would notice that someone who is at Computer Village, someone who carries pure water along the street, the person probably ends up paying taxes that he should not have paid if there was a formalization of that his business. So you move around with pure water and then someone says, oh, you have to pay the LIRS, or someone might, from LIRS might say, oh, we are from this local government, you're earning income from this, pay this levy. What does that levy mean? That is because you earn income from selling pure water. But come on, if we bring out everything the person has earned from pure water for the month, it could be below the minimum wage. So why is that person paying something?
Yeah, okay.
So formalization of the informal sector is important, but that has not, I don't know how much of that we can achieve in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. But one thing the committee has also done is to see if there can be exchange of information. Let's see if we can, from using your NIN, your BVN, can we create a tax identification number? There's one identity, way of identifying people. So if they can identify you, what I see them doing is, if we can identify you using your BVN or NIN, and then create a TIN for you, it is possible that there could be a check where we pick on this particular individual, see if there is funds coming into that account, and see if these funds are income. If they are income, have taxes been paid? If taxes have not been paid, it will be paid.
Okay, quickly, just quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so Nigerians are yet to recover from the whole and apparently this is going to be digital and everything, you know. So what do you think? Like, do you think this is going to be a much safer and transparent method? Like, what do you think the government or even individuals, just to calm the hearts and minds?
They just to adopt technology.
Yeah.
Because, like, we're not the most technology-driven country, so to speak.
Like, can't you even tell somebody in the informal sector, okay, this is how we're going to do this and this and
You
that
have to
and
use
that.
computer
Yeah.
and all of that. Like, so what the question basically is, on government parts, what do you think they can do to drive, like, issues more? And also, you use some of their assistants. So I've even heard people say that sometimes he gets very, very, very busy and all of that. And also on like users' parts, like what do you think they need to like to know so that they can adopt this technology that will be used to tax them?
Okay, I think one of the things that should be done is what you're doing. Information, helping people understand, because you can never over-inform people when it comes to the taxes. We are even still learning, even as consultants, because it's a whole new, if I'm not learning anything, I'm trying to learn the new sections, because maybe the laws are the same, but the sections have been rearranged. So I need to remember the sections so that I can quickly make reference to them. Okay. But then from automation, I think we should find innovative ways of getting the accurate income earned by people in the informal sector, or even helping people in the informal sector make a self-declaration of their income easily. For now, what we have is, let's say you're a tax resident in Lagos and you want to file your returns, you go to LRS LRS e-portal, eTaxNet. I do not know how much easy it is for people in the informal sector. Do they have to go to their laptops? No, I think they can do that from their phone. Or how much of information has gone to them? Have we engaged the market unions enough?
Okay,
have we
true.
talked to
Market
people
unions.
Have we even tried to calm the nerves of those people and tell people who collect double taxes from them? There are bureaus, everybody on the road collecting money from them. Because if these people have collected from people in the informal sector and then you tell them to pay taxes, you are not protecting them enough, and that is not fair. So that is why the government needs to find innovative ways. I don't believe that in this century, in 2025, we can't find innovative ways of having people in the informal sector to pay tax. Yesterday, just to mention, I tried to get a screen guard for my phone, and I was surprised when I overpaid the lady. She wanted to refund. She said she checked her bank app. It couldn't open. She said, okay, I'll pay you from WhatsApp. I didn't understand that.
Oh, yes,
so she has one app. She can pay me from WhatsApp.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
and then I was
know
interested.
like that.
And then, you know, the funny thing is when she typed
just type it and you get
1K.
Yes.
Because I was like, typed 1K. And then sent So that's interesting. And these are the type of things you should get to.
And imagine if they could pay like their tax through like WhatsApp. And
just 1K.
I don't want to act like a Gen Z right now, but you know, so to round the show up.
You wanted to say clock it?
I was going to say, how do you know that? Anyways, I was going to say, you mentioned something at the beginning of the podcast about CGT and how it affects personal income tax. And even, yes, and also briefly, how withholding tax too. I think I heard that, it's a form of tax that they collect just before you remit, then need to be removed from. How does both CGT, when it affects your personal income tax and also withholding tax, like how they affect your personal income tax?
Okay, so CGT is now going to, it's not going to be personal income
just
tax.
So I'm very sorry, capital gain tax.
Oh, yeah.
CGT is capital gain tax. And the other one is withholding tax.
So capital gains tax currently is capital gains tax, and the act is Capital Gains Tax Act at the rate of 10% of chargeable gains. So chargeable gains is, remember, it's capital gains. So when you dispose or when you sell assets, just for simplicity, when you sell assets, fixed assets, when you sell shares too, and then you earn an income. Let's say you call it income. But then if there are costs you've incurred before selling that asset, you take out that cost from the income, you now have a gain. We call it capital gain because it's a capital item you've sold. So it is that gain that you pay 10% on currently. But going forward, we're scrapping the capital gains system and moving it, Capital Gains Tax Act, and moving it into the Nigerian Tax Act. It forms part of the income tax. So if you're earning that as an employee, if as an individual you have disposed or you've sold an asset, the income would be embedded as part of all your income, and then it's passed through the tax band. Not the income, I mean the gain, because I need to be very careful. The gain is embedded into and then passed through the tax band. And then what can it do? It can move you, it can really move you from a band 15% to 18 to 20. Yeah, it can actually move you. Yeah, but if you sell shares, maybe I need to mention too that if you sell shares, there's a special consideration for shares. If you bought shares if you've disposed shares you have in a Nigerian company, and then the gain and the value of the shares you've sold is not more than 150 million in a year, and when you check the gain is not more than 10 million. So two conditions. Not more than 150 million value of shares, the gain not more than 10 million, then you are exempt. That particular share in a year is exempt. But if you've sold less than 150 million, but then the gain on it is more than 10 million, that is not exempt. But if you've sold more than 150 and the gain is 1 million, you're still not exempt because you have to meet the two conditions. The sales value should not be more than 150 million, and then the gain should not be more than 10 million.
But okay.
Wow. We're really getting progressive.
Okay.
Yeah, then the other point of withholding tax. Yeah, withholding tax, like you rightly said, is an advance payment of income tax. So for you to pay withholding tax, the first thing is to confirm that you are eligible to pay income tax, because if you're not eligible to pay income tax, you can't pay withholding tax, right? So that withholding tax has been taken from your income, from the customer who is paying you for a service, or your employer, or whoever who is paying you that personal income. That withholding tax would be used to offset your final tax at the end of the day.
Oh, that's wonderful. So I just want your closing remarks generally, and what you want people out there to know, and within that also, like, just answer what's global, like what country has the best global practices for tax, and like that you think that we can
what
look up
metrics
to.
can we use to measure?
With your wrapping up remark.
Okay, my wrapping up remark, I would say that revenue from taxes are sustainable. In fact, when I was coming here, I wanted to wear a green suit because green represents sustainability. But I didn't look good on that green suit. So taxes are here. Taxes are important to grow the economy. Taxes are important to have the developments we all want. I want to encourage Nigerians to try to pay taxes. I think the taxes we have, the additional payments that would be made are not too much, to be honest. Let's leave the boards and all that, are not too much. If you earn more, pay more, so that we can bring up the people at the lower level of the ladder. Then when it comes to another thing I would also say is that fortunately we have a new set of tax laws. We need to approach it with a different mindset. I think the focus has always been on, see how I started with telling people to pay tax. But I think where we've not shifted our focus to is to the administrators. They need to approach it with a new mindset. If you have new laws and they're administered with the same people with the old mindset, you will be sabotaged. If you're saying today that withholding taxes, that once I ask for a refund, or VAT, once I ask for a refund, I get a refund in 30 or 60 days, and the older people, the tax administrator are used to getting that refund audited, and it stays unaudited for forever, then you need to change that mindset. You also need to ensure that they are trained enough to approach taxes how you want the taxes to be approached. The people we should emulate, if I should say that, at the oldest, maybe the older countries, usually the people with the very complete set of tax laws are the EU, European Union. So most of the laws come from EU, even international taxes come from EU. So let's go to EU, let's check Amsterdam, let's check countries like that. In Africa, Kenya is doing a good work, Rwanda is doing well, South Africa is also doing well. So I think if we can be fairly transparent in our dealings and automate what we can automate, then we would have gotten closer to the Eldorado tax system that we want in Nigeria.
And that brings us to the end of this particular episode of the Tax Aid podcast. And I really enjoyed it. I'm sure you all did. So see you next time at the next episode. And we'll bring to you another topic, dissecting it as simply as we've just done today. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress. No delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is a Business Day Television News Update brought to you from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NNPC battles 30.3 trillion naira in subsidiary debt. And the National Assembly flags errors in gazetted tax laws. Meanwhile, IEI secures approval for 17.5 billion naira funding move. And CBN forecasts $18.8 billion current account surplus. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Momo. Now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is under growing financial pressure as debt from its subsidiaries soared to 30.3 trillion naira by the end of 2024. Figures from NNPC's audited accounts show intercompany receivables jumped 70% from 17.78 trillion naira in 2023, reflecting rising obligations across refineries, trading units, and gas infrastructure companies. NNPC operates 32 subsidiaries, but only 8 were debt-free. Major debtors include Port Harcourt, Kaduna, and Warri refineries, alongside NNPC Trading SA, which owed 19.15 trillion naira, more than double the previous year. President Bola Tinubu recently approved a partial cancellation of debts to the Federation account worth $1.42 billion and 5.57 trillion naira. CEO Bashiru Ujulari reported a 5.4 trillion naira profit on 45.1 trillion naira revenue, and though analysts want structural weaknesses remain. And also, the company is accelerating asset sales and commercial reforms to boost liquidity and attract investment. But rising intercompany balances underline the scale of restructuring needed across the group. And meanwhile, Nigeria's National Assembly has released certified true copies of 4 tax reform laws after concerns over discrepancies in the gazetted text. Now, this move follows a public complaint that the versions signed by President Bola Tinubu differed from those approved by Parliament. The acts include the Nigerian Tax Act 2025 and Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025, National Revenue Service Act 2025, and Joint Revenue Board Act 2025. As lawmakers say, the release ensures authoritative records after conflicting versions circulated. Analysis shows significant differences. Key provisions on petroleum income tax, VAT administration, and reporting thresholds, appeal procedures, and enforcement powers differ between the House-approved versions and gazetted laws, raising questions about post-passage changes. And parliamentarians warn the omissions and alterations could affect tax administration, foreign exchange exposure, and oversight powers, calling for careful review to safeguard legislative intent and taxpayers' rights. And still on, International Energy Insurance PLC has secured shareholder approval to raise up to 17.5 billion naira in fresh capital and convert a 2 billion naira threshold deposit into equity. The resolutions were endorsed at a virtual extraordinary general meeting on December 31, 2025. And Bejo Advisory Partners Limited will convert its 2 billion deposit into 1.25 billion new shares at 101.60 naira each, boosting IEI's capital base and solvency, while the board also gained authority to explore private placements, rights issues, public offers, or strategic investments. And shareholders also approved amendments to the company's memorandum and articles to reflect enlarged capital and ratified all prior actions. Analysts say the approvals signal strong sponsor commitment and confidence in the company's growth strategy. And coming up, CBN forecast $18.8 billion current account surplus. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power.
Welcome back to News Updates. The Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that the country's current account balance is projected to strengthen in 2026, with a surplus expected at $18.81 billion, or 11.16% of GDP. And according to the CBN, this compares with a $16.94 billion surplus, or 10.94% of GDP estimated for 2025. The goods account is said to benefit from higher oil and non-oil exports, including agricultural commodities and fertilizers, aided by the National Export Trading Company and the National Intellectual Property Policy. Imports and services payments are also projected to rise, with the services deficit reaching $13.68 billion and primary income outflows at $8.62 billion. And meanwhile, remittances and transfers are expected to lift the secondary income account to a $26.13 billion surplus, supporting the overall current account improvement. And now away from that story, the Nigerian exchange ended on a strong note, and the all-share index gaining 1.92% to close at 156,492.36 points. And market capitalization also rose by 2.09% to 99.94 trillion naira, reflecting renewed investor confidence despite a shortened trading week. And trading activity spanned 4 days, and a total of 7.82 billion shares valued at 134.47 billion naira were traded across 150,799 deals, a sharp increase from the previous week's 2.88 billion shares worth 63.83 billion naira exchanged in 80,229 transactions. The financial services sector dominated market activity, accounting for over 76% of total trading volume and nearly 50% of market value, followed by the ICT sector and consumer goods sector, which also recorded notable trading interest. Analysts say the stronger performance underscores rising liquidity and positioning by investors, setting a positive tone for equities as the market enters the new year. And still on, Nigeria's proposed 30% capital gains tax on capital market transactions above 150 million naira has sparked strong opposition from market operators and economists who want it could amount to double taxation and weaken investor confidence. According to Cowrie Treasurers and CEO Charles Sani, 10% investment again once taxed at 30% leaves an investor with just 7%. And far below Nigeria's inflation rate, altering investment decisions and making Nigerian assets less attractive. Investment banker Tajuddin Olayinka warned that 150 million naira threshold target, largely institutional and foreign investors, and discouraging these players could heighten liquidity risk. HiCap Securities Managing Director David Adonri described the policy as investor unfriendly and warning it could push capital to markets with more favorable tax regimes. And as to end the local news, Nigeria's Ministry of Solid Minerals Development has recorded a dramatic 337% surge in revenue, rising from 16 billion naira in 2023 to over 70 billion naira in 2025 under the leadership of Minister Dele Alake, attributing the performance to the implementation of a 7-point reform agenda. And sector revenue climbed to 38 billion naira in 2024 and is projected to exceed 70 billion naira by the end of 2025, with key measures including the revocation of over 2,500 inactive and non-compliant mining licenses. Efforts to curb illegal mining also intensified with the deployment of mining marshals in 2024, leading to hundreds of arrests and the recovery of nearly 100 illegal mining sites. The reforms have unlocked significant investments, including emerging lithium processing plants, a planned $400 million rare earth metals facility, and about $1.5 billion in foreign direct investment since 2023, with further reforms expected to deepen the sector's contribution to GDP in 2026. And now coming up, Africa's economy to expand in 2026 despite risk. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. even if your internet connection shuts down. Banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back to News Update. And now moving on to Africa. A new International Monetary Fund forecast shows Africa will host more high growth economies than any other region in 2026, with several countries expected to expand by at least 6%. Now, South Sudan and Guinea are projected to post double-digit growth, driven largely by oil production and mining, while reform-led economies in East Africa, including Uganda, Rwanda, and Ethiopia, are expected to average growth of around 7%. And debt, however, remains a major pressure point, as African sovereigns are expected to pay nearly $95 billion to creditors in 2026, with countries like Kenya allocating about 20% of total government spending to debt servicing. And also beyond the finance, infrastructure gaps continue to limit Africa's industrial ambitions, with electricity shortages, particularly in Central Africa, with countries like the Central African Republic among the least electrified globally. And also Botswana has announced plans to open an embassy in Moscow, signaling a deepening of diplomatic and economic ties with Russia. Now, this move comes as Botswana invites Russian investors to partner in key sectors, including rare earth minerals and diamonds, according to the country's foreign minister, Fenyo Butali. And Botswana Outreach positions the southern African country as a stable and attractive destination for Russian capital, particularly in mining and mineral development. As diamonds remain central to Botswana economy, accounting for about 1/3 of government revenue and roughly 3/4 of foreign exchange earnings, Foreign Minister Butali highlighted Botswana's political and economic stability, encouraging Russian investors to explore opportunities in the country. Analysts say renewed cooperation could further strengthen Botswana mining sector while advancing Russia's broader Africa strategy. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Vietnam's economy has outperformed expectations as the National Statistics Office reported growth of 8.46% in October to December quarter, the fastest fourth quarter pace since 2011. The figure beat forecast of 7.7%, even as President Donald Trump's 20% U.S. tariffs pressured trade, while full-year growth reached 8.02%, below the government's 8.5% 2025 target. And manufacturing led the surge, expanding over 10%, while exports in December jumped nearly 24% year-on-year as tourism, aggressive lending, and state support and a weaker dong also lifted output as firms shifted from China to Vietnam. According to reports, the ISCA persists lending rose 17.9%, outpacing deposits, while the central bank injected liquidity after Fitch warned rapid credit growth is increasing financial vulnerability. And then well away from that story, Turkey's annual inflation fell to 30.89% at the end of 2025. And with December consumer prices rising 0.89%, the Turkish Statistical Institute reported on Monday. And the monthly increase was well below market expectations of 1.08%. Annual prices rose 28.31% for food and non-alcoholic beverages, 28.44% for transport, and 49.45% for housing, while education led all categories with a 66.27% annual increase, with a core inflation excluding energy, food, alcohol, tobacco, and gold standing at 31.08%. Producer prices then climbed to 0.75% in December, bringing the annual increase to 27.67%, with mining, manufacturing, energy supply, and water sectors recording the highest prices. Economists now expect 150 basis point central bank rate cut on January 22, with disinflation projected to continue in 2026, bringing year-end inflation to 22.3% and supporting economic stability. And I will bring you the sports news after this short break. Stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Manchester United have sacked manager Ruben. We'll take the sports news after the short break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps,
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to
Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports and news. Manchester United sector manager Ruben Amorim with Darren Fletcher set to take charge on an interim basis for Wednesday's Premier League clash against Burnley. The club confirmed on Monday that it had parted ways with Amorim following Sunday's 1-1 draw with Leeds United, a result that left Man United 6th in the Premier League table. The 40-year-old Portuguese tactician spent 14 months at Old Trafford after arriving in English football in November 2024. United announced that Fletcher has been appointed interim head coach, while Amorim's entire backroom staff have also departed the club. And also in the news, Real Madrid look set to rival Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City and Manchester United for Crystal Palace's 21-year-old England midfielder Adam Wathan. According to reports, Crystal Palace also have several targets lined up for January, with Bayern Munich's French right-back Sacha Boey, Wolves Brazil midfielder Joe Gomes, and Auxerre's French midfielder Kevin De Bruyne all on the list. AC Milan are also monitoring the situation of Netherlands defender Nathan Ake, 30, at Manchester City as they ponder several options, while Chelsea are putting together a package worth €130 million in an attempt to convince Real Madrid into selling 25-year-old Brazil winger Vinicius Jr. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News Update. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching and Happy New Year.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon, and you're welcome to Beyond the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. Here, we take the time to examine the fact, unpack the context, and look at the forces shaping the issues that affect our lives, our economy, and our society. We move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what could come next. I'm Deborah Eze, and we are having conversations centering on implication of Nigeria's delayed unemployment data and how Trump's action in Venezuela could hamper Nigeria's revenue. Do stay with us as we go beyond the headlines. Welcome back to Beyond the Headlines. Unemployment figures and more than just statistics. They influence government policy, investor confidence, and public perception of the economy. With the delay in releasing updated data, questions are being raised about transparency, planning, and the real state of the labor market. Joining us to unpack what this delay means for the economy, policymakers, and everyday Nigerian is Bumi Bailey. Thank you, Bumi, for joining us. It's good to have you. All right, let's go straight into it. This is actually an article that you wrote on the BusinessDay newspaper, if I'm correct. All right, now let's move our focus to the data delays, like I said in my intro, and the credibility. Now, Nigeria has gone 14 months without a complete unemployment update. So how damaging is this delay to policy credibility, investor confidence, especially decisions being made around, being made in the dark?
Okay, so before I talk on the 14 months delay, this is actually not the first time that Nigeria has actually delayed their unemployment figures. I mean, the last time we had this kind of delay was in, I think, 2023. I mean, they delayed it for almost close to 2 years. Yes, from, I think, March 2021 to March 2023. So that was 2 years. Then 3 months after, they said they're actually updating the methodology, the reasons for the delay. So then when the updated methodology report was released, I think unemployment dropped from 33% to single digits. So I think about, 5.something%. So since then, they have actually been consistent in releasing the report. But November 2024, there's the last time that we actually saw Q2 unemployment figures. I mean, between Q1 2024 and Q2 2024, unemployment actually dropped, right, from 5.3 to 4.3 in Q2 2024, and since then we don't even know in terms of where unemployment numbers starts and all, especially during this time where we've seen inflation numbers actually decline. I mean, inflation numbers averaged around 33% last year, and now you have it averaged close to about 14%. So we actually need to know how the labor market is doing in Nigeria. I mean, if you look at the labor, I would say that unemployment data actually tells us the health of the economy, or more or less like the health of the labor market, right? I mean, when you come into the consequences of this delay, I mean, for the government, let's look at the public and private sector. For the government, right, you need it to be able to, in terms of policy formulation, to actually know the kind of policy that will help to create jobs. And the updated methodology, right, where unemployment dropped to as low as 43% from about 33%, maybe 2020. What was actually led to this decline in unemployment is because from their methodology, they were actually saying that if maybe you work for at least 1 hour in a week, you're employed. compared to the old methodology where it says 40 hours and then you're employed. So immediately that leads to an increase in employment rate, reduces your unemployment. So those were just statistical improvements, not really showing the true impact in the economy, right? And also most of these jobs, or what led to a decline in unemployment rates, are jobs that you would say hustle. You know, urgent 2K, you know, jobs that you just do quickly, or even if you just get like 2K. But the problem with those kind of jobs is that those jobs are just meant to solve immediate consumption or immediate needs. They are not meant for saving. They are not meant for further investment, because poverty is high on the land. People are trying to be very creative, but that creativity does not stem from, towards maybe more job creation. But those job creation are just urgent 2K, something that can just for survival purposes.
Right. So let's look at the inconsistency of these unemployment figures. Like you mentioned, we've seen different reports, we've seen missing quotas, right? So do you think this is a capacity problem? You also mentioned the methodology reset. Do you think it's a methodological reset?
So when I reached out before I did this story, I think I didn't even know that unemployment data had actually lagged for this long, right? So as a journalist, I can't just do my story without reaching out to the NBS. So I reached out to one of the officers who wished to be anonymous, and he told me that this is actually more of a funding problem. So it has actually been a funding problem for them, because if compared to the unemployment numbers, there are other data that's actually been delayed. I mean, Q1 capital importation data we don't have for Q2 last year. And apart from that, poverty, multidimensional poverty, I think the last time we had that was 2020, when we know the poverty rate in Nigeria. Then they said that the people that were dimensionally poor, right, were around maybe 133 million, right? But since then, you have World Bank that has been releasing poverty numbers, saying that we're currently at 133 or 139. Do you understand? So that is more or less for a funding problem, because they've already updated the methodology, but that methodology, many people don't agree with it, because if you're telling me that unemployment is single digits, right, at a very poverty high-stricken economy, then you're telling me that I'm doing better like US or so. I mean, if you look at other countries, for example, like I think which has a single digit rate, I think either Egypt. Yes, Egypt has a single digit rate, right? But they still release their unemployment numbers timely. I mean, look at our peers. South Africa, for example, the biggest economy in Africa. They have one of the highest unemployment rates, even in the world and in Africa, at double digits. But unemployment dropped, right? But they still release their unemployment numbers. And the reason why they actually emphasize the importance of this is because the South Africa also was placed on 30% tariff, US tariffs. And they had one of the, in fact, I think the highest in Africa. And for them, they had to really keep track on the unemployment numbers, because one of their major fears was that the tariff would lead to loss of jobs. But it was surprisingly when we saw that in November, when they released their Q3, unemployment dropped to about 31.9%.
So it's a funding problem.
So it's more of a funding problem, according to what the NBS. It's more not really I wouldn't say, because according to me, said that unemployment surveys, I think it's so huge. Do you understand? So it needs a massive level of funding for it to be done on a quarterly basis.
All right. So your report actually shows that 80% of Nigerians are self-employed, while formal jobs account for just 7%. Now, are you going to see this as a sign of, disguised unemployment or survival economics?
I would say it's both, because that 86%, sorry, the 86% is from, it is roughly 86%, was from Q2. And that number rose from maybe about 84% in Q1. Interestingly, those that are actually on like paid employment, like working for formal employment, actually saw a decline. So you see more people going towards that side. So self-employment is more of a survival. You understand? I talked about the aspect that this is just a survival thing, just for immediate consumption, just to solve my needs. And if you notice that most of the people that are doing survival are really those that are agriculture and retail. I give an example of a hawker selling water on the street. So within that hour, if I make money, then it means I'm employed. Do you understand? But that does not make sense, because those people are just using that to survive. Do you understand? So that is why you need this unemployment data or labor data to be released timely, so that you'll be able to know, okay, which areas can this actually, which areas or which policies can actually create more jobs that can, number one, help people to save. Do you understand? And also it help to increase the consumption of the economy. Because right now, right? I mentioned the fact that inflation numbers are dropping. Do you understand? So I want to see, okay, if that decline in inflation is corresponding to unemployment numbers, am I meant to see, okay, more people increasing demand? Because if I go back to the aspect of retail, because the major segment or the major sectors that actually forms a large chunk of employment is retail, wholesale and retail, especially the retailers, right? So, and if you're telling me that, okay, your less inflation numbers are actually declining or inflation numbers are dropping, it means that increased the purchasing power of consumers. When there's a more increased purchasing power of consumers, it means that there's more demand for my products.
Right.
So if I increase my products, I can now invest more, I can save more, I can now create more jobs for other people. So this is why we need to see the unemployment data now, because you're telling me inflation is dropping. Okay, let me see, where are our unemployment numbers? Is there a correlation between that? Because if you have inflation and unemployment, you can know how the misery index is. But like I said, the inflation numbers, the unemployment numbers we have are single digits. For example, let's say Nigeria, average inflation is, let's say, 14%, or maybe like November inflation numbers is 14%, and let's use Q2 4.4. That does not really.
So quickly, in 10 seconds. So what reform would you recommend to fix the system? In just one word.
What reform would I think?
More funding.
Yes, yes, more funding, like what Demand talked about, more funding, do you understand? So that this can actually be released on a timely basis. That's just the thing, just more funding, because the funding thing has been a major, because apart from, if you compare year-on-year analysis, last year we had more reports, or maybe 2 years ago, more reports coming from the NBS, but over the past 1 year, more than 2 years, the reports that are coming in have become lesser and lesser. So I think for me, my own recommendation is just create more funding so that you can be able to do more surveys, and
thank you so much,
we can know where we stand in terms of unemployment.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Headlines. All right, after the break, our focus will be centering on how Trump's action in Venezuela could hamper Nigeria's revenue. Just stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector, without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic.
Welcome back. You're still watching Beyond the Headlines. We move to our second conversation where we examine how recent actions by former President Donald Trump, I beg your pardon, concerning Venezuela could have implications far beyond Latin America, including for Nigeria's revenue. And as global energy politics shifts, decisions affecting oil production and sanctions can influence prices, supply dynamics, and competition among oil-producing countries. For Nigeria, whose revenue remains closely tied to oil exports, this development raises important economic questions. And joining us to unpack what this could mean for Nigeria's oil earnings and broader economy is Dipo Oladende. He's the head Energy Desk Business Day. It's good to have you on Beyond the Headlines, Dipo.
Hi, Debbie. Good to be here once again.
All right, to begin with, I want you to explain Trump's action in Venezuela, that's what it involves and why the matter will affect the global oil market.
Okay, so in the oil market, Venezuela is a very, very important country. Why? Because they have they control the biggest oil reserve in the entire world, even bigger than Saudi Arabia. They have a reserve of about 303 billion barrels of oil equivalent. Nigeria currently boasts of about 36 billion barrels of oil equivalent. So, 36 to 303, that's a lot. So that's one thing. So the oil is like the gold mine. It's why Venezuela, again, America and Venezuelan governments, they've been having a lot of back and forths over the years due to Trump not being comfortable with the President Maduro's style of operations in Venezuela, and so they've taken over the country. Now, why this matters to us now is one of the key things Trump said was the fact that going forward, US oil companies will prioritize investing in Venezuela. So they've not been investing there before because of the political situation there. But what they have said now is Venezuelan oil is going to be flooding into the global oil markets. Now that has huge implication for the global oil markets. Why? Because you are going to be seeing a glut in the market, because currently the market is currently oversupplied already. With the biggest oil countries now pumping oil into the markets, there's a possibility that there's going to be excess supply into the markets. Now, the normal laws of economics is when supply outweighs demand, then prices will likely fall. And so once price goes down, oil countries like Nigeria, who has benchmarked their budget, their 2026 budget, for instance, Nigeria benchmarked us at about $63 per barrel, and at some point the lawmakers reduced it to 60. Now, even with a $60 per barrel, it's still not comfortable for us. It's still not comfortable for us because currently, as we speak, oil price is trading around 56, which is less than what the government had earmarked. So what this means on the long term is the fact that some of the oil revenue targets we set out for 2026 might not be achieved. Now, let's not forget that in 2025, we're able to achieve just 30% of the budget because of over ambitious targets. Some of the revenues were not met. Now, coming into 2026, there's a likelihood that we would even suffer some of the challenges we suffer in 2025. So this is the best time for the policymakers to start readdressing, or if they need to review some of the benchmark they've set, I think this might be the best time.
So explain to us, in what ways could this policy actually affect Nigeria directly?
Okay, so directly is, for instance, if you've marked 100 billion to fix health care for 2026, with lower oil revenue, you might not have 100 billion to fix health care. So that's the first thing. With the kind of situations we are seeing now, probably the money budgeted for essential services like primary health care, education will probably be reviewed downwards. That's the first direct impact of that development. The second impact is the ability to pay salaries or ability to pay contractors, right? Salaries, we all know recurrent expenditure. Government is one of the biggest employers of labor, either at the federal level, the state level, or the local government level. Now, once revenues are not coming as much as you would expect it to come, of course, your revenues, your ability to pay or meet your financial obligations in terms of payments of salaries will be affected. That's the second thing. The third part of it is your ability to pay your debts, right? So Nigeria is owing a lot of our debt burden is also very high as well due to past debts of subsidy eras. Now, your ability to service all of these debts is based on what you are earning on a yearly basis. If you don't earn enough, you won't have enough to service your debt, which might affect your debt credibility or your debt tag in the global market, which is also not a good thing. So, all of these are the short-term or the long-term benefits of the impact of this development.
So when it comes to the external oil decisions, are you saying that Nigeria is actually vulnerable to whatever?
Yes. So we are more of a price taker than a price. So the international market really dictates the price, and then because this market is determined by the free hand of demand and supply, really. So there's little or nothing you can do. The most important thing is to stay within what you're in control of. So what are you in control of, right? You need to increase your oil production. You need to be more cost effective. You need to make sure that your cost of producing oil per barrel is one of the lowest in the world, so you can get more value for this crude oil you are producing. And then you need to also pay attention to the value chain as well. Pay attention to your downstream, to your midstream, where you can get more value for the crude oil. So again, when it comes to the upstream, we are more of a price taker. And so, the market dictates the price, and we just have to play along.
So what does this development, or let's call it a situation, actually mean for Nigeria's budgeting, revenue projection, and also fiscal planning?
Well, in terms of budgeting, I think the biggest takeaway for us most time is the government have always been accused for being over ambitious in how it puts its projections. I say this because there was a time I was listening to the Yemi Kale, who was a former DG of Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, and he has often complained that he had often been in meetings where projections are being made, and he's always shocked about how we arrive at this projection. So, for instance, we struggled all year to do 1.6, right? And then the next year, you are putting a projection of 2 million barrels in your budget. The last year you barely scratched 1.4, 1.5. So what indices do you use to put that 2 million? So we need to be a bit, we need to have conservative estimates or projections, so that even when we exceed it, which was what we're doing under the Obasanjo's era, which is why we're able to have something we call excess crude accounts. Even when we exceed it, the excess of what we projected can be kept aside and then be used for further development in other areas of the economy. So we just need to lower our expectations, and we need to be more realistic on how we plan our budgets going forward.
So, going forward, apart from lowering our expectations, what other steps should we take so we're not vulnerable to,
well, the biggest steps we need to take is we need to reduce the time and diversification of the economy has been a ringtone since like 1999. A lot of presidents on time past, either from Jonathan, Yar'Adua, or Obasanjo, have always complained that, we need to diversify the economy. We need to reduce our exposure to oil. We were not where we used to be, but a lot of things can still be done to make life better. So we need to pay attention to other sectors of the economy that can give us value, right? A lot of people have talked about Brazil, for instance. Their major source of FX is tourism. You look at other countries that pay attention to agricultural products. You see other countries paying attention to other things that they are of value, of importance. So the point is we need to reduce our exposure to oil, because it's a very, very volatile market, right? And you are not a giver, you are a price taker, really. A lot of things happen there that are extremely outside your control. You can wake up one morning and one pipeline busted. Before you know it, the whole market would crash and you are back to ground zero. So we need to stay within things that are within our control. The government needs to prioritize agri. The government needs to have serious conversation about making sure that things like Nollywood, things like festive periods, or even tourism, things like hotels, we are getting more value from it. We are earning more effects from it. And then once that is in place, it completely reduces our exposure to oil and gas. And so even if there are volatilities there, your economy would always adjust because you are not that exposed.
Right. So before I let you go, from your perspective as an analyst and from research that you've done, and of course history, are you for Trump's decision or against Trump's decision?
Well, it's a difficult conversation. First of all, what the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro is, I think we all agree it was wrong, right? His antecedents over the time past have been wrong. But then how do you correct a wrong? Do you correct it with the right way or the wrong way? So if you look at Trump, I was listening to one of the congressmen on CNN this morning, and he was complaining bitterly about the Congress not being aware that Trump was going to carry out that decision. And so they are even thinking of taking actions that would further curtail his ability to do that. So again, I mean, two wrongs does not make it right. So yes, we need to curtail the excesses of a dictator, but how do we do that? We need to do that the right way, and I think that's where a lot of people have concerns with.
All right, thank you so much, Dipo. It was really good to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, we've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpack what the developments mean going forward. And as the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze, and join us tomorrow on Beyond the Headlines.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.